one. Okay. Okay, Councilman Coffin is down here, so I'm going forward. The September 16th, 2015 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2, or closed caption for hearing impaired viewers, made possible through the underwriting from the Life is Beautiful Festival. Make sure you go online and get your tickets for Life is Beautiful. Please note, customers of CenturyLink may view this program in high definition on channel 1002, and some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89. This is very serious. Please go sit down. 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 4:30 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the rear of these chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, please assemble in the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and 1st Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online, the clerk's office, or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward to our city clerk staff up front. If you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your ticket validated by security officers when exiting. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Dr. S.S. Rogers, the Great Mount Sinai MRMI, Inc., and please remain standing for the pledge, which will be followed by our ceremonial portion. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Council. Maybe bow our heads. Father God, we thank you now, the Almighty God, for the privilege that you have allowed us on this day, the day that you have created. It's a new day, and we are so grateful that we are part of it. We ask you now to bless this council in a special way. Continue to give them the mindset, give them the foresight, the things that they are doing in our city that would make our city better for families to live in, jobs to be provided. Families can come as residents and be part of this great Las Vegas, Nevada. Bless each council member. Bless our president, of our mayor, and co-mayor, and all that is involved. Bless this city in a special way that we can have a city that we can live in and be proud of. Bless us individually, then bless us collectively in your name, Lord God, that you will receive the Most High in the moments of all things. In the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, in the name of the Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name we pray, and everybody said amen.
Take your credit card with you. Yeah, do the swimmers, please. Don't ask for much. What's this power?
comments today.
Thank you.
I've lost people. It is. It's like herding cattle here. Where is everybody? We can go on. All right. Oh, they're out socializing. That's all right. No, it is good. Okay, this is a ceremonial portion of our agenda. And for our first item, I'd like to invite our acting operations and maintenance director, Daphne Lagarza, to join us. Daphne's super, super, super. And what's going on in this town, let me tell you. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership. Now, good morning. They build our community to make life better, and I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Tim Zora. So, Tim, please come join us wherever you are. Tim, come on down. Of course, always from the very far back. I mean, my goodness. Come on in close. Come in close. Weather's fine. Congratulations. We're so proud of you. When you see our city vehicles out on the road, it's because of our great maintenance team, of which Tim is a huge part. He's a mechanic and has been with the city for 20 years. He's an expert in keeping our critical vehicle fleet running. When we have our flash floods, sewer issues, or other types of emergencies, the city's response is always very fast and efficient, due in large part to how he maintains our fleet. Tim is working behind the scenes to ensure that our trucks and street sweepers get out there to these emergencies safely, efficiently, and quickly. I know out in the northwest in Ward 6, where the floods still are issues, it's really been evident. Mayor Pro Tem Ross, behind me, smiling, sings the praises of our rapid response team and how quickly and efficiently we've been out in the neighborhoods doing our best to take care of the problems and ensuring the public safety of our citizens. But floods are everywhere, and I cannot tell you how grateful we are for everything you do. Besides being so efficient and wonderful, he's honest. We love that. Reliable, and has gained the well-deserved reputation of being one of the city's go-to mechanics. Tim, thank you for all that you do, and I want to present you with this award recognizing you as, isn't this lovely? Look how we've grown here. Things are good in the city. It used to be just paper, but now, because things are coming back from the recession, you get something very classy. Beautiful. Does he... That's it? That's it. Okay. Oh, all right. You know, it reminds me of Oscar, who's always giving bobbleheads of himself to people. And I said, why? People want pictures and things of themselves. Well, we've done it. We're giving you a good luck mayorship, too, however revolting. Anyway, so we want to present you with this, and I want you to see the sign to our left, which you can't see because Jace has turned it to the audience, not to you. But it does have your name on it as Employee of the Month, and it will be posted in City Hall right there on Main Street, so you can go back and forth and see how much we appreciate you. But before anything else, I want to hear from Daphne. I want to hear from you both. So,
thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. As the Mayor mentioned, Tim has been with the city for 20 years. All of that has been within our fleet division, and Tim basically takes pride in the quality of his work. He also is a go-to person, even if it entails coming in on a late call after a full day's work. One of Tim's responsibilities include maintaining our sweeper fleet, and I think we all kind of know how important well-maintained equipment is to the entire success of our department for sure and the city as a whole. So I'm very proud to be here and share this honor with you. Congratulations, Tim, and congratulations on your Employee of the Month award. All right.
How about a few words?
I want to say thank you to the people that nominated me, and also I want to say thank you to the people that give me help within the shop. Thank you.
Are they all here to help support you?
Where's your team? Stand up. Here's our team. Part of our team. More of our team. Wonderful. Congratulations. And how about?
I just want to say thank you, Tim. I've been the fleet manager for just under 2 years now, and when I was asked to go into your file to find out some things about you, I was so just honored as to be your manager, because even, like you said, the city's come back now, but from the beginning, it's hard to see where somebody's character makes sure that they come to work and they do a great job regardless. And you've just been consistent. And that is something that one day I wish we could figure out how to bottle and then sneak into the ice chips. But until then, I just thank you, because it just really shows the character of the person that you are.
Beautifully said. All right, let's go over for a picture. All right. So come right on in. Water's fine. You get next to the sign. Are you tweeting that out and doing everything else?
Welcome back, Jennifer.
Thanks for all that you do. She would not be a good. Nice. Now, Jennifer Davies here. Could you stand up? She just had a baby a couple of months ago. And your baby's name is? Kyla? Kyla. And one of our city marshals, our young city marshals who's been with us 21 years, just became a grandpa. Marshal Carlin has a brand new baby granddaughter. Brinley Pearl Cook, right? So very exciting. See, when life is good, life is really beautiful. Okay. At this point, I think I want to give the microphone over to my errant, wandering around Councilman Coffin. Here you are. No coffee. Come.
Your Honor, thank you very much, and thank you for recognizing that I'm on my feet, doing well. And the weather changed a little bit, so I'm forced to wear a tie, but the shirts don't fit. So, we're happy that summer is over, at least, I think. In any event, we've all survived. Thank you for allowing me to change the agenda just a little bit and move our swimmers, who are famous around the world except in Las Vegas, and that's got to change. Last summer was a summer of fire and fighting and disagreements and riots, and I mean, you name it. It wasn't as bad as 1968, but it was pretty darn bad. It's been bad for a year now. And yet, toiling around on their vocations and on their hobbies are people who are, as amateurs, do wonderful things for themselves and us by reflection. It really makes us look good. But we have today an honor for 3 outstanding Las Vegans who won medals in the World Swimming and Diving Championships this summer in Russia, with Russian judges and Polish and Hungarians and you name the old Eastern Bloc used to vote us down all the time. Now they give us a fair shake. And so instead of just mumbling words here, I want to read the proclamation, which we are going to approve today, because it deserves to be read, and all of the members here will receive copies. And I think you all deserve our praise. But let's talk a little bit about the facts. Let's see what happened and why you're here today. Whereas we, the mayor and the Las Vegas City Council, are honored to pay special tribute to world champion swimmers Bill May, Christina Noel Jones, and Christina Lum Underwood, who represented the United States in the 16th Federation Internationale de Natation, FINA, World Championships in Kazan, Russia in August 2015. And whereas on November 29th, last year, FINA voted a new event called the Mixed Duet into the world of competitive synchronized swimming, allowing men to compete in FINA-sanctioned events for the first time in history. And this event debuted at the 2015 FINA in Kazan. Whereas training for synchronized swimming is grueling and can last as long as 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, with unimaginable amounts of repetition in order to get synchronized swimmers' moves perfectly matched. All three individuals trained very hard while maintaining their respective 10 shows per week at night. And you'll find this out because you've seen them perform if you've been on the Strip. Bill May, an artist and performer in the O Show by Cirque du Soleil at the Bellagio, is a trailblazer for men in synchronized swimming. Throughout Bill's competitive career, he's won 14 U.S. national titles, 20 international titles. I won't name them all. And now, in 2015, he and Christina Noel, swam in the technical event at the FINA World Championships in Kazan and won the technical duet gold medal. Whereas, and further, Bill and Christina won the 2015 World Championships free program silver medal. And whereas Christina Noel Jones is an artist and performer in Osho by Cirque du Soleil at the Bellagio. Christina graduated magna cum laude from UNLV in 2014, majoring in journalism and media studies. And one of her teachers, my good-looking lady here in the front row, Mary Hausch, was one of her teachers, and that's how we became acquainted. Christina is a synchronized swimmer and athlete. Christina was a member of the 2008 Olympic team in Beijing. Bill May and Christina swam in the technical event at the 2015 FINA Gold Championships in Kazan and won the gold medal. And whereas Christina Lum Underwood pioneered the mixed duet event with Bill May and is a current performer in La Rêve, The Dream, at Wynn Las Vegas, Christina has been a synchronized swimmer since age 8. Christina was named All-American A-Team from 1996 to 2000, was a member of the 2000 U.S. Olympic team in Sydney. Bill, May, and Christina, we have two Christinas, so we've got to make sure that you know that Christina Lum Underwood swam in the duet mixed free final program at Kazan and won the silver medal. So therefore, we, the mayor and the Las Vegas City Council, in honor of winning medals at the Fédération Internationale de Natation, proudly proclaim September 16th, 2015 as Bill May, Christina Jones, and Christina Lum Day. Come on up. The three of you, come on up. Now, while they're coming up, we have a video produced by some folks, I think, at Cirque, perhaps, and also, I hope you have some network footage, because there was some showing of this somewhere in one of those networks that is not a main broadcast network. So you see, we're giving them recognition that the world should have given them, and we didn't here in Las Vegas. Now, let's roll the camera, let's roll the film and see what we've got here to show how this works.
Ladies and gentlemen, the duet from the United States.
You're watching history for the first time in Goodwill Games history. Male, competing in synchronized swimming. He's already won the national title with his teammate. This is Bill May in the water along with Christina Lum. So far, the Olympic Committee is not allowing men to compete at the Olympic level, so Christina's taking a real gamble, partnering herself with an ineligible athlete for the Olympics. And interestingly enough,
the ultimate goal of going to the World Championships, the Olympics, would be amazing, but that part of my life I thought was over.
It just never really happened. I don't know. At the time, I think people were afraid of what bringing men into the sport would mean. Also, I don't know that there is an abundance of male swimmers out there at that level. So it just never really happened for us.
this is really my first experience swimming with a male, and it's completely different from swimming with a female. It's a completely different dynamic. There's a whole new element of strength that's added. There's something about it that just seems a little bit more natural than two women.
Now you see, ladies and gentlemen, what you didn't see before. And we are so proud of you. You know, Nevada raised, Nevada schooled and Nevada employed people in the wonderful Cirque suite of shows out on the Strip, and the sky's the limit. I hope that you can continue to stay healthy and well, because it does require so much strength and health. Bill, congratulations. I want to just say to you that you are obviously had to overcome some sort of male problems, you know, when it comes to swimming with women. There's no question that for many years was a problem, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Talk to us.
Yeah. Well, definitely. I started when I was 10 years old as a synchronized swimmer, and I was one of the few men in the U.S., and, you know, I was stubborn, so I just wanted to keep going, and I had a dream, and, you know, my dreams finally became reality when I got to swim with these girls at the World Championships, and I think it's only going to make the sport grow, and even male and females in the sport grow as a whole. So it's a great opportunity for us and for the sport.
Thank you very much, Bill. And Christina Lum Underwood, so much pleasure in seeing you here today and watching you in the pool. That's just amazing. We'll have you introduce family, too.
Look at these two little ones of hers.
All right. The lady has just, these are newborn children.
That was the amazing thing about Christina, is that she gave birth at the beginning. Yeah. Christina gave birth at the beginning of the year, and 6 months later, she competed at the World Championships. So it was the first time anyone's ever done that, and to achieve such a high level.
Yeah, I had a wonderful support. My husband and my parents and his parents came out from England to help, and I mean we couldn't have done it without all of the support from our family. So it's been really wonderful. That's great. Yeah.
I'm as moved as you are, because I saw the tears in your eyes as you were watching, reliving what just happened. And it's truly, for the rest of your life, you will be known for what you have accomplished. But I don't think you're through accomplishing things. Building a family, my goodness sakes. Christina Noel, save you for last, because you and I know each other. You performed well in the O Show. I saw you perform last spring. Mary and I came and got a tour in the back, and it's amazing how much you do. You not only perform, but you also all work in the show too. If you're not swimming, entertaining the crowd, you're back there moving stuff around. So this is truly an encompassing kind of profession. I hope you can stay forever in it. Say some words.
I just really can't put into words how special this opportunity was to swim with Christina and Bill at the World Championships. I had a great support system as well. We all did. Our families rallied, our boyfriends, husbands, everybody came together and really supported us. And also Cirque was really supportive of us, and Le Rev was really supportive of Christina. And that really made it possible to have our workplace work with us. And just being in the city of Las Vegas, it was the perfect place to train, because we had access to so many different resources, and we're just really thankful. Thank you for having us today.
Thank you, Christina. We have a proclamation to give you. We didn't just ask you up here to then say goodbye. We have something for you to carry with you the rest of your life. We have extra copies of this proclamation as well for your families and friends, and if you don't have enough, we'll make more for you. And God help us if there's a mistake in there. If there is, it's my fault, and we will correct any little technical errors. At least I'm okay on the technical, but the free, I don't think I could handle. Here you are. This is very awkward, but a co-mayor, as someone referred to him today, is always handy, ready to help. And you'll find these bound copies nice. And here are additional copies for you. And that is for friends and family. And again, let us know if you need more, because this is something you want to distribute to the world at large. Mayor, did you have anything you want to add to this?
Never miss an opportunity to congratulate great representatives of our community. You know, young people look up to you all as, goodness, I never thought about swimming, number one, or synchronized swimming, or that you participate in so many of the artistic events that we hold here. So we're individually proud of each one of you and are so grateful that you represent our community so well. And I hope our printed media and every other kind of media will give you the true accolades you deserve. It's embarrassing to me that this has not been something that has been fanned upon you the whole time. You're great for us, and we love it. I'm looking in their eyes to see if they're bloodshot, because you know chlorine in water, and yet there is no bloodshot eyes. It's wonderful. So congratulations to all of you. Thank you for representing us so well. We're so proud. So proud. You finished.
One last thing, because we're very proud of everyone here, including we've been joined by one of your sons. Christina Lund, would you be the first to introduce your family? And if family would stand in place and be recognized as your names are called, please.
Just family or family and friends? This is my son, Ethan. He is 2.5. Do you want to say hi?
Big kiss. You got a kiss, everybody.
And this is my husband, David.
Hi, David.
Who's that?
And that is my daughter, Alexis, who is 8 months old. Alexis. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and I've got my other friends from Le Rêve, Geneviève Garneau and Alberto Del Campo back there. And Ashley Wellborn and her daughter Maddie. And her husband Sam is here somewhere. He's the one that did the film for us as well. He followed us for our whole journey. Oh, there he is.
And this is Johnny up front here. And yeah. And my lovely boyfriend Pierre up front right there as well. Pierre's also in the O show with me. Yeah.
We shared friends today.
Thank you, Christina. Your modesty is really overwhelming. We're very proud of you all. We've said enough, but there's much more that can be said later by those who record this event. And you now have some lucky chips provided by the mayor, and God help us. I hope that they bring you good luck. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Young man, thank you. No, you take that. You keep it. It's yours. Let's all take a picture. And shall we do it just side of the podium here so you can see the seal?
Absolutely. Or around them. That's right. All right. If you come right in here. There we go. Okay. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Great. Congratulations. Thank you so much. You're going to keep competing, right? Thank you very much. Are you going to keep competing? Thank you so much. Good.
Oh, you're so welcome. It's truly our honor.
Thank you so much. This
Bill.
is incredible.
Pierre
You too.
from Canada.
Pierre's from France.
From France.
Yeah.
Via Montreal. Did you start? Are you with Cirque? Yes. I trained for a few months. You were already there.
The beauty of this is we're all exchanging information here about where everybody works, and it seems like everybody is connected to the Cirque suite of performances around our town, for which we are deeply indebted to the organization. Mayor, here, I know you're going to, I'll be doing the next one, but if you want to.
Yes, you please. Okay. Okay, so while we're moving right along, and I know you have babies, and having had a few babies myself, if you want to leave, it's fine. I just, until they scream or yell or something. But you have a beautiful family, and you have a beautiful extended family. And thank you, Cirque du Soleil, everybody who's a part of that. My gosh, what joy you've brought to our community. Okay, for our next event, I have a strange new council person coming back to the microphone. Here you are. We go again.
Thank you, Mom. We are truly honored today to have representatives of our Latino community. Understand, every year at this time, the City Council and other municipalities honor our Latino population for many reasons. This is the year of independence, the month of independence, the middle of September to the middle of October. You don't have to be really specific, although people are observing these years of freedom on specific dates, but a lot of it had to do with when a country found out about it, because 150, 200 years ago, they didn't find out. It's almost exactly 200 years now. They didn't find out, really, until a runner or a ship captain or somebody was able to move down the coast and get the word to where most of the people lived in Latin America, that they were free. And so it is it's as memorable as our own independence movement. And now all of the folks that are here today are part of our community, and they also enjoy our freedom and our way of life, and are assimilating wonderfully. Many born 4 or 5 generations now, including myself. I want to say that Carmen Mahan, or Mahan as we've called her, is here, and she brought this idea to us. Maria Castillo-Couch is also here from our staff. Understand that because there are so many countries that we are honoring at once, we pick one each year to represent all the others. And this year it's Colombia's honor and distinction, and everybody else rotates. So we're honored to pay special tribute to the 184,000 Hispanic Latino Americans who reside just within the city limits, and who represent nearly 32% of the population in our city. They have contributed immensely to the growth and stability of our city, and as a result of their determination, intelligence, hard work, and perseverance, they've helped shape the character and absolutely the future of this city. This morning we are here to present the Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation, and accepting on behalf of all Hispanics is the Colombian Association of Nevada. I'd like to bring forward Jose Tarazona, the president, and Carmen Mahan. Carmen, I used to call you Mahan, but it's also Mahan too, and other members of the association who are present. Please come forward. Our nation and the city of Las Vegas celebrate National Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th through October 15th, recognizing the Hispanic community's hard work, values, and devotion to the city of Las Vegas. Jose, Carmen, accept this proclamation on behalf of all. Good to see you, Jose. Yes, sir. All right. Will Carmen be speaking?
You guys can pan over here too. Yeah, probably on this side. Come on this side. If you want to come over on this side too. Over here. A bunch of speak.
Everybody, come on, let's all get together. This is a great day. Lots of celebrations. And it's going to continue for a month. Augustine Herrera is going to speak on behalf of the organization to all of us, and you are ready. Nice tie, by the way. Okay, then we may need to just make sure you're together because you're going to translate. For Jose? Okay, then share the microphone.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Damos gracias en nombre de la Asociación Colombiana
In the name of the Colombian Association,
por este reconocimiento que nos está haciendo la ciudad.
for this mention,
Tengo entendido que somos representantes de la comunidad latina
I understand that we are representing the community, the Latin community,
y esto prueba que realmente los latinos
And this shows that the Latins,
somos parte del progreso de esta nación.
we are part of the progress of this nation.
Gracias por este reconocimiento
Thank you for this recognition.
y nosotros estamos celebrando 26 años
And we are celebrating 26 years
de una labor incansable
of labor.
Que no solo lo hacemos las personas que estamos acá,
That is not done only by the persons present at this time,
sino hay un grupo más grande detrás de nosotros
but we have a larger group supporting us
que ha permitido que en este momento seamos líderes de la comunidad latina.
that has permitted that we are at this point leaders in the community.
Agradezco también a la alcaldesa de la ciudad
I would like to thank the mayor of the city
por tenernos presentes en estos homenajes. Gracias.
for giving us the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know Jose speaks English, but if you've ever think about yourself going to another country where you don't know the language, but you've come here for reasons that are beyond your control, and you come here and you get in front of a public body and on television, it's very hard to speak English, just as it would be for me to try to speak Spanish in Colombia. So for that reason, we've asked for this wonderful translation by Augustine, and he did a great job. Thank you so much. Carmen, please say a few words.
Hello, I am Carmen Mahan. I am the co-founder of the Colombian Association in 1989. We have a group of 5 people, and that's what we started in my place of business. And here we are 26 years later. I can't believe it. Thank you very much.
Carmen, you're very welcome. And I've known you for more than 30 years, since we served on the board of directors of the Latin Chamber of Commerce many years ago. Thank you very much. All right, everyone, let's take a picture. And I have the proclamation to give you, which essentially says what we've all said today in our remarks. Please, Jose, Carmen, would you jointly hold this, and we'll have a picture taken with all of the council and the mayor. Thank you all. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing us to do this.
Thank you very much. I received this about 7 years ago. Now it's time. Yeah, I'm from Brazil. Oh, you are from Brazil? Yeah. Okay. How do you speak your language? Yeah. Hi. You went to Rice, weren't you? I was here. Paradise Valley? Well, I've been here 5 years.
Knowing so many Spanish-speaking people that live in our community, I remember in 1964, with less than 100,000 people in our community overall. And the population, the Spanish-speaking population, already had a presence, but it was very small. And to know how we've grown to the 2.1 million in southern Nevada, with the great cultures from each one of the countries, each one of the Spanish-speaking cultures, that come from these different countries. It's simply phenomenal how they've enriched our entire community. And as we learn and we see the different culinary enjoyments that we can have, whether and clothing and jewelry and music, it's just great. And we are a wonderful melting pot here. I mean, growing up in New York City, which was considered the melting pot of the world, we're a melting pot right here. We're one large family, many, many cultures, many ideas, different languages, and we cherish them all. Certainly, we here in this city believe that's what life is about. And so we're just very proud. This was a wonderful thing you did, Councilman Coffin, even though I make fun of you all the time. And so now we're going to turn to Councilman Anthony. I know you have something wonderful, too.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. It is my honor to recognize the 5th Annual United States Constitution celebration. If you don't know, tomorrow is United States Constitution Day in our country, and this week is United States Constitution Week in our country. And the organization that really spearheads the understanding of the United States Constitution in our city is the Conservative Alliance for Community Growth. And I would like to introduce and ask the Executive Director of the Community Alliance for Community Growth, Brenda Flank. Would you please come up here and give her a nice round of applause? Actually, Brenda and myself and Councilman Beers are founders of the Charter School Founders Academy, which is located at Alexander and Rancho. And they rely heavily on the Heritage College curriculum, which relies heavily on the United States Constitution. So it's perfect that I hope we're not violating the open meeting law by having the three of us here. I'll have to check. I see you have some of your colleagues here, as well as Assemblywoman Seaman and Assemblywoman Fior from our Nevada legislature. Would you please stand up and just give them a nice round of applause? Oh. And I'll let you recognize everyone else that's over there, okay? So let me tell you why we're here today. Our founding fathers had the vision and resolve to put together a system of government that has made us the nation we are today. The Conservative Alliance for Community Growth is a nonprofit organization that is focused on education in the classroom and in the community about the importance and value of the United States Constitution. The Conservative Alliance for Community Growth started in 2010 by establishing relations with schools and other community groups to bring their projects to the community. It is their passion and goal to educate as many people as possible about our Constitution, especially our children. The Conservative Alliance for Community Growth has the following projects that they do on a regular basis to make sure that we understand the United States Constitution. The Constitution Day celebration, where the Alliance's goal is to celebrate our love and appreciation for our country. The Constitution Lecture Series, where the Alliance provides study materials about the Constitution to 5th grade classrooms in the Clark County School District, and arrange for an attorney or a judge to present a lecture to reinforce what the kids learn in the classroom about our Constitution. To date, they have presented lectures to more than 1,700 kids in the Clark County School District. The Battle for Freedom Project, which complements the Constitution Lecture Series. This 3-year project will be completed this month with a 3-volume book about the founding of our country. There's partners in classrooms where volunteers from the Alliance help teachers in the classroom and participate in school fairs, science fairs, reading week, and career day. There is Lessons in Liberty Project, where the Alliance presents civics lessons about duties and responsibilities of Americans to be engaged in our community to understand our system of government. Overall, the Conservative Alliance for Community Growth stresses why it's important to be a good citizen and how that contributes to a better community and society as a whole. This weekend is the 5th Annual Constitution Day celebration, which will take place at the College of Southern Nevada Cheyenne Campus Horn Theater at 10 a.m. And I have a bunch of stuff here I'm supposed to say about that, but I'm going to let you talk about it since you actually run the that weekend. So, Brenda.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you all so much. And, Mayor, I would like to thank you as well personally. You, I don't know if you recall, the mayor was one of the first presenters for our Constitution Day event that we had at Agassiz Prep. and we really appreciate it. That was 4 years ago. It was 4 years ago. Yes. Yes, yes, we all were. We have a lot of wonderful things that we're doing in our community to support our kids and the community to learn more about the Constitution and the importance of it in our society, in our community. The kids, and we're very happy to say the 1,700 kids that we have actually engaged with, at some point they are and will be part of our community as well. They will have in them the appreciation that we are trying to instill year after year. Our 5th annual event is coming up on Saturday, and I'd like to ask that you, your friends and neighbors, please attend. It's a celebration of the greatness of our country, and I'd like to thank the council and the mayor for their support and this recognition, for the commitment that the Alliance has made to our community. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I do have some supporters and people that are on our team from the Alliance. My husband, Michael, is here. Thank you. And my sister, Iris, has come out to support me. And some friends over here from the Alliance. I just want to say thank you. And this recognition, I am so honored to receive. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. So I'd like you all to do one thing this week. If you're out in the audience or watching on television, why don't you take out the United States Constitution and read it, huh? You probably haven't done that in a while, and it'd be good to know because that is our founding document. So again, the 5th annual Constitution Day celebration is at the College of Southern Nevada, the Cheyenne campus. It's in the Horn Theater. It starts at 10 and it finishes at 1, from 10 to 1. And the keynote speaker?
We have a 1-hour reception at 10. The program starts at 11. And we have a great motivational speaker this year. He is a Super Bowl champion from 1980, Oakland Raiders. He's a motivational speaker. His name is Burgess Owens. And we will also honor our military. We'll have a military salute, and the recipient is a veteran of 3 wars. He's very special. He's 90 years old. He was in World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War. And we are so blessed that we're able to present that award to him this year. So hopefully you all can make it. Thank you.
Great. So in recognition of everything you and your organization does, I have a proclamation signed by the mayor and the entire city council proclaiming tomorrow Constitution Day in the city of Las Vegas. So thank you for everything that you do. Thank you very much. God bless. I'll see you Saturday. All right. Okay.
Great. And I give you a good luck, Chevy. Two proclamations. She's got a handful for her supporters and her workers. And if you need, they come with good luck and good health. Wow, this is a beautiful morning, and I think now it's time for Councilwoman. Please, if you will.
Thank you. Here at the City of Las Vegas, as you've seen this morning, we've recognized many times high achievers in academics, athletics, and the arts. And today we're recognizing an area of achievement which has great importance for our Las Vegas tourist restaurant industry. The individuals who behind the scene prepare the delicious meals we eat, and the individuals behind the scene who prepare those so they can do that high level of achievement in the culinary arts. Today we are recognizing students training for culinary careers who participated in a national competition of future community and career leaders of America, and whose work won them a gold medal in the regionals,
and third place among hundreds of students throughout the United States in the nationals. So here we are, and if they have an Olympics for culinary arts someplace, I know you'll achieve there also. And I'd like to have the students who have achieved highly, and they're wearing their medals so you can see how well they're recognized nationally. Faith Thomas, would you come up, please? And Mariah Thornton. And Jessica King. And then Aaron Clafter Phillips, who's coaching the team, and Ronnie Roberts of Arborview, who's a teacher coach. These culinary arts programs that we have throughout the school district are extremely high achieving, and for these youngsters to be at the very top is absolutely magnificent. They have these groups that work together and help develop personally, help develop people skills, help develop leadership skills, develop self-confidence within the students, gives them opportunities for recognition. They provide a very positive atmosphere in the schools for the culinary arts students, and it helps them cultivate new friends as they go out nationally with other students. I'd like to ask Aaron if he would please tell a little bit about each of the students here. I know one of them has already graduated and has moved on to get her further degree in culinary arts in Colorado, but if you would please mention each of them, I would really appreciate it.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody else that had us here today. Thank you, the City of Las Vegas, for having this great city. We have had 3 students that I got to participate with. I teach at Northwest Career and Technical Academy. It's part of our great new CTA, or Career and Technical Education, that we're doing all over the United States as well as Las Vegas. It's making its way into all the schools, teaching these kids career readiness and ready to actually move into a career, whether they continue on to college or not. We have one student, Sydney, that she just mentioned, moved on to Johnson Wales, Colorado. She actually has done culinary from a middle school level, which Miss Ronnie Roberts was her teacher at Cram Middle School. She pioneered the very first culinary at a middle school level. So I'd like to give recognition to Miss Ronnie Roberts for that. As well as then she got accepted to CTA program at Northwest, continued her career, and now has moved on to a college level. I'd like to say some words about Miss Mariah Thornton, was our youngest to our team. She got thrown to the pack of wolves at the last minute and got added to the team and just became a great asset, jumped right in, took up what she needed, listened to everything, and ended up being a crucial part to bringing them to both nationals and winning the state competition. All right, and then we have Faith Thomas, who is kind of our cheerleader, as you hear that new song, Cheerleader, all the time on the radio. She's the one that keeps us all going, keeps us in line, very organized, very driven, is part of multiple other clubs, and just kind of just keeps that cheer and that mentality in all of us all the time. So I'd just like to say thank you again for this opportunity. I'd like to thank CTA, CTSOs, which are career and student-run organizations, which are like FCCLA, DECA, and all these other great organizations that are allowing our students to excel in their own. So thank you very much.
You're very welcome. And I would like to have you, please, say a few words. What the program meant to you and how excited you were, how hard it was. What is it you had to do, for example, to win this award?
My name is Jessica King. I go to Arborview. She is my advisor. And FCCLA really just opened up my eyes to opportunities that normal academic programs don't give to me. I was an athlete at the time, and FCCLA's schedule really just made it easy for me to be able to cook and participate in basketball at the same time. And without Miss Roberts and Aaron, I wouldn't be able to be where I am and win at nationals. So I just want to thank them personally.
So proud of our students today, and I want to thank the city and all of our community for recognizing the work that is happening in all of our schools. Chef Aaron is in a career and technical academy, of which we have several around the city. I have a culinary program at a comprehensive school. which is a community high school right in your own neighborhood. So these programs, these culinary programs and business programs and all other career and technical programs are alive and well and strong and growing in schools right in your neighborhoods. And these students are just phenomenal and amazing. And we really appreciate the recognition today, and we're so honored to be here.
I'd like to ask you, could you tell the audience what it is that you did in this contest and what the pressures were and everything? I mean, sometimes on TV, you know, I'll turn it on and I'll see people competing against each other at a certain amount of time, but those are chefs who have been in the business a long time. So what was it for the students?
Perfect. I'm actually going to move this on to Faith over here to share some of it about their competition.
Okay, so I'm Faith. So in our competition, what we had to do is that we had to compete against the clock. We had an hour and 30 minutes to cook 3 dishes. And it was chaotic. The kitchen, we weren't used to the kitchen, so we were running around. Well, we weren't running around and stuff like that, but we were making sure everything was done and stuff. And it was just very chaotic, and it was very stressful for us competing against the clock, but we ended up getting it done, and I'm really proud of us. And I would like to take this time to personally thank our advisor, Chef KP, because without him, we wouldn't even have gone to nationals because we weren't even registered at regionals. So I would like to thank him for all that he does.
You can tell us what it's like to come on as a freshman in a national winning team. Oh, you were a sophomore this year during the competition? Oh, okay, whatever you are. You came on, brand new. By freshman, I meant brand new to the team. Brand new to the team of more experienced, and then you go on to the regionals and the nationals.
I guess coming on, I was really nervous because I hadn't really met them. They were new people to me. It was a new experience, but I got to know them. They were really cool people. Going to state, I was really far from home. I'd never been to Reno, so that was a new experience. I don't know. Okay.
She continued on to nationals, which was the farthest she had ever been from her parents, let alone the only time she had ever flown in a plane, let alone the longest she'd ever been away from her parents. So there was a lot of first for her, and she did amazing at them. To just clarify a little bit of their competitions, they had 3 menus they had to practice for about 2 months straight that had multiple of each dish. They had the day of the event, they choose one of those dishes randomly from all those dishes, and then they have to complete them to a T against multiple other teams competing those dishes. Jessica King did a food and nutrition competition, which is very important and relevant to the health strive that we're going to this day, both at the national and state level. And she had to compare a 9-week meal plan, which consisted of health requirements for a particular individual, and then she had to share this information with the judge who was acting as if they were the person she was planning that meal for. So that was kind of the clarification of that. But thank you guys again.
So the pressure's on. It's not only on when you shoot a basket towards a hoop, it's also on when you're watching the time as you're trying to make your food come out great. I wanted to show how much we respect individuals like these students and the teachers. We hear a lot of different things. We hear a lot of negatives, but we have a lot of little jewels out there in the district, and this is one of them. And your foresight and vision for starting it early, your hard work and dedication, the youngsters working so hard so that they could achieve. We do have a recognition. There should be another one.
Yeah, we have one for Sydney.
Well, there should be 4. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. You have them, and if they're not in that location, we'll get it for you. But this is a recognition from the city of Las Vegas for what you have done, and show them these beautiful medals as we take a picture with the mayor. Okay?
Okay. You stay front because you're so tiny there.
Okay.
All right. So come close.
I want you to show your medals beautifully.
Okay.
Oops. Oh, this won't stand right. Well,
You come in my left shoulder. There you are.
Okay.
Good job, all of you. Great.
And this picture will get back to you?
Great, along with the extra certificates.
Did you get that okay? Did you get it? Okay. And also, this program is broadcast several times during the day.
And for those of you who don't cook, let me tell you, it is such fun. I've been doing it for as long as I can remember, starting off with my sister who used to bribe me, who was older, and said, if you do the cooking and cleaning up, you can stay up 10 minutes later. So it's wonderful, and I cook almost every single night of my life for my husband and any visiting members of my family. I am so innovative with leftovers, I can't tell you. But God bless you all, and it's wonderful what you're doing. It really is a fabulous lifelong career, especially if you get into some business of your own and sports nutrition. Oh, huge area, huge area. So congratulations to you all. It's great. We're so proud. Outer space nutrition. Boy, are we out of the world here. Thank you all. Keep going at it. We hope you'll be back soon, and we'll look forward to your careers and see what you're doing. Good luck. Good luck. Yes.
You know, you could have given some recognition to the city's team in the survival cook-off that we should have won.
Oh, my goodness. He won't let go. We had a survival emergency cook-off, I should say. The first one was last year, held here right outside of our, what's the name of it? Now Cafe, using our own herbs from our garden that we have been growing by ourselves. It was out in Henderson. Last year's winner, unfortunately, was Henderson, beating our local city team. And then this year, Clark County, they beat our city team again. But every year, this is about being prepared in your home in case of emergency, that you should be stockpiling water, canned goods, and maybe Bunsen burners or whatever the burners are that can operate off a Bunsen burner or whatever those little, what are those little things? What are those little cans? Sterno, that's what I meant, not a Bunsen burner. That's from class. It's Sterno. Anyway, so Councilman Coffin just needs to know how he finished, and I just told him they wouldn't tell us. The winner was Clark County. So anyway, cook on, and best to you. Okay, and I do, we have, if you'll give them to Councilwoman, and I think everybody has a chip, but you were so loquacious going out there. You didn't get one. It's good luck and good health. And your certificate will come, and I think everybody else got a chip. You got a chip? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem just won't let anything go by. So congratulations. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for the pins. We will wear them with pride. Thank you. 2 more chips. 2 more chips. Who's getting 2 more chips? And another chip. These are good luck and good health. Thank you. Take care. Thank you. Okay. Now, is there anything else that's going on that's wrong? That's all right. All right. So we're all fine and great. Now, one more announcement, and then we'll proceed on with the morning agenda. Actually, this is National Prostate Cancer Month. And next week, our wings, what do we call those wings? Fins. The fins on this building will be turned light blue to honor National Prostate Cancer Month, which means get checkups no matter what your age. If you're over 40 or 30, get checkups. And research is ongoing. I know because I have a son who works in prostate cancer research and clinical treatments. So many things are happening. So it's another horrible disease that has affected humanity around the world. But this is National Prostate Cancer Month. So be aware, take care of yourself, guys, and we'll move right on into City Council meeting. Thank you.
The sign, one of the metal signs.
Hey, Brad, a moment. Brad, a moment.
I know what you're going to say.
We're not taking public comment.
That's up to the mayor.
I just would like somebody to come along the sidewalk or down the street and look in our backyard.
An hour and a half
Somebody
ceremony. And I think it goes on. That's why that's our concern. Not a lot.
Somebody here right behind, and I
You wouldn't even know. So, okay.
Great.
So I'll talk
Thank
about it, then I'll get back to you. Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Second.
Okay, I think we're ready, and I don't know what we're starting with, but I think we're ready on agenda item number 10.
That's fine.
Is that where we are, 10?
Yes, ma'am.
10, okay.
Yes.
Will everybody please have a seat and enjoy the comfort of our city council.
Number 10.
All right, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. Because we do have public agendized items and because there is commentary at the end, we are going to hold you to 1 minute.
Wow.
Please, Ms. Clerk. And let's go forward, and if you'll state your name again for the record, appreciate it.
Thank you. My name is Dan Shinopen. I'm an Nye County Commissioner. We've sent you a letter that we all passed yesterday supporting a temporary ban on medical marijuana licensing in your city. A license is instituted to make sure that the business is operating in a safe and legal manner. We believe that because they've been through the state process, they've been through our process, that they are operating safe and legal. And as far as revenue generation, you have plenty of dispensaries that will sell this product. And by doing this temporary ban, we can get product to the dispensaries, which we know are in desperate need of them, and you would generate revenue that way. I'd also ask that if you do plan to hear this today and consider a temporary ban, possibly you hear that before number 19, because one of our cultivators is here in the audience looking for a license in your city. And we thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you very much. Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Sarah Chapman. I'm president of Nye County Cannabis Association, and we're also in support of the temporary ban that Commissioner Shinhopin was speaking of. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good
My name is
morning.
Paul Casey. I'm Paul Casey Entertainment. March 15th of this year, you were so gracious to welcome and give the key to the legendary Ringo Starr at the sign. August 8th, Mayor Pro Tem came down along with Oscar Goodman, Rossi Rollencotter, Mike Nolan, and Kenny Epstein to welcome him as we unveiled Devil's Handprints on Fremont Street, a historic first here in Las Vegas, at the Abbey Road Crossing, which last year you were so gracious to dedicate. And Paul McCartney was so happy with that next year when he comes, he's going to come to see you. So with that in mind, I have several things. One, here's a photograph from the event from August 8th. This is for Mayor Pro Tem Ross, for you, and you'll see there's a distinguished group of people with even a showgirl.
Thanks, Paul.
And then we also have 2 of the DVDs from the event, and then 2 books that commemorate all the activities from March 15th through August 8th. And there's numerous pictures of yourself walking across, meeting Ringo, the presentation, and whatnot. So those are all I want to give to you, and thank you very much for your support.
Thank
I
you.
look forward to seeing you in about a week for the Miracle League Baseball.
Wonderful.
And you'll get to meet my new son, George Joseph
wait to
Paul
see him.
Casey.
Wonderful.
Have a great day.
And your daughter and your wife.
Mayor,
Congratulations.
before he takes off, Mr. Casey, you do such a great job promoting downtown Las Vegas. I just want to tell you how much we appreciate everything that your company does in promoting. Mayor and council members, there was a car show downtown that day. All the old Volkswagens and the Beatles. I mean, it was just a fabulous showing. But I just thank you very much for what you do for our
Thank you.
city.
This is our 9th year of doing Car Stars, and we had over 225,000 people witness the entire cast of Back to the Future. And Mayor introduced and gave a proclamation to Christopher Lloyd. And next year, our heroes are going to be superheroes. So it's going to be all the Batman, the Superman, whatnot. And also, Councilman Anthony, I'm a fan of the Constitution. When I was in law school, That was my favorite subject. I was third in my class. So I really enjoyed it. So those of you out there, please read the Constitution. It's a great document.
Great.
Take care. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Good morning.
Good morning, City Council, Mayor Goodman, and Attorney Brad Jervik. My name is Brandon Summers. I'm a violinist and street performer and concerned citizen. I'm speaking today in regards to item number 62 on the agenda. Item 62 outlines Bill 2015-69, a bill that would greatly impact street performers. Thank you again for taking so much time to listen to the concerns of street performers. This is a complex issue. There are a lot of stakeholders and a lot is at stake. I'd like to thank you all for pushing back the adoption of the bill 2 weeks ago. That was the right thing to do, considering the amount of dissent from performers. There's still a lot of things to iron out. Unless significant changes have been made between now and between September 2nd and now, I'm asking you to again delay this adoption. I prepared for you today a list of suggested modifications to the bill, and I'd like to briefly present a few, but maybe another time. So I emailed everybody today the list.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else? Please come forward. And if and these are 1 minute comments. Thank you. Anthony Casabianca, you had submitted a card. If you're here, Anthony, come forward because you did say you wanted to speak under agenda item 10.
Hi. Good morning, Council, Mrs. Goodman.
Mayor. Your hat. Would you would, sir?
Yes.
Your hat. Could you take your hat?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I
That's
apologize.
right.
Yeah, on behalf of, about the homeless and people, about the, what is it, the benefits. You might remember when we talked at lunch? I explained to you, they're still hating, right? Also, too, the police force hates. We must do something about them to maybe to calm them down a little bit, or maybe have some way of telling them what to do or how to run their business. Because I'm pretty sure the money comes from the, from the government and stuff, or wherever it comes from. They keep it for themselves. I mean, I'm handicapped. I try to get an ID. I can't get an identification because I don't have any money, and I went to the resources, and it's ridiculous. I mean, they tell me, well, we do what we want to do. Well, isn't that for the people? Isn't that supposed to be for poor people? Am I right or wrong? And it's just, something has to be done. That's all I have to say. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, that's why we have so many homeless people here. As you know, you're from New York yourself. I'm from New York. I'm from a real city. I'm offering my services in some way and some possibility that I can help you.
Thank you.
To run the city the right way, so we can be a better city, just like New York. Then we could say we're New York. We're competitive with New York. Right now, we're nowhere.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Casabianca.
Your
Okay.
No,
Thank you.
The gentleman has, his most recent residence is in Ward 3. So if you'll step to the rear of the auditorium, Felipe Ortiz, I don't see him yet, but he will find you, and we will talk about setting up a meeting with you and our staff.
Oh, absolutely.
So we'll see if we can help you get some identification of some kind.
Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Coffin.
Felipe's not there yet. He'll find you.
You have a good day.
Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else wishing to be heard at this point?
Before I speak and you start the time, is this the appropriate time now to speak on the proposed ordinance on the pedestrian mall, or will there be
No,
a
I
time?
will open that back up then.
Do it then.
For new information. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, hearing none, we'll close that portion of the agenda. We'll move on to agenda item 11. For possible action, any items council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought up at this time. Please, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff has requested we strike agenda items 20 and 21. 20 is the approval of a beer and wine license, Tenaya Point LLC DBA, doing business as Tenaya Creek Brewery at 831 West Bonanza Road. 21 is the approval of an ancillary brew pub license, Tenaya Point LLC, doing business as Tenaya Creek Brewery at 831 West Bonanza Road. And staff has requested we obey agenda item 58, report regarding the status of negotiations between the City of Las Vegas and the Las Vegas Police Protective Association, and that's my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion.
Your Honor, we
Yes.
have one more for deferral, for abeyance.
Well, we'll do that when we get to the council request. This is
Okay.
just the first
All right.
part. So.
All right, thank you.
Okay, two stricken, 2021, and number 58 obeyed to
10-7.
October 7th. There's a motion, please vote. And please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 12. And to possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the July 15th, August 5th, 2015 regular city council meetings. Motion to approve, please.
Would move to approve the minutes, Mayor.
Thank you. This motion to approve those minutes. Please vote and please post. And now, Councilman Coffin, this will be the appropriate time, but items 13 through 57 with the stricken 20 and 21 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments may be enacted in one motion. On agenda item 45, which has to do with property on Sahara and Paradise, that property is owned by the family of the person who works in my office, Trish Truesdale, by the Truesdale group. And, but I think I'm in a position to be able to vote on this anyway, but I will defer to council at the time. So just to make that disclosure, and Councilman Coffin, does any council have agenda items they would like pulled forward on 13 through 57?
Your Honor?
Yes, please.
On that same item you just mentioned, item 45, I'm going to move that we take it off the consent agenda and move it up for discussion. It is possible that we may have to obey it, but we are waiting for more information. So licensing department is trying to rush that up for us. So I now move that we at least, or add to the list of abeyances, should there be another one, item 45, to just pull it off for discussion. I'm sorry, not to obey.
Okay.
Okay, and Councilwoman, do you have any that you want to bring forward or obey?
I think it's, I did have an item, I'm trying to find which one it was.
Okay, so we'll pass down to Councilman Beers, Anthony,
They're all good.
or Ross, you're all good? Okay. Wait, hold on.
Your Honor, I wouldn't take it off the consent agenda, but I would note that included in our consent items is the first steps for a brand-new community being opened up and built out in the far west edge of the city in west-north Summerlin. Just another sign that the world's waking back up. If you're watching from New York City, remember, we don't have to shovel sunshine off our sidewalks.
No, isn't that beautiful? We love it. Okay, success?
Yes, I just want to apologize. We were rushing through a lot of things yesterday, and it's the Planning Commission that we were moving it from their consent to another part of the agenda.
So we're okay
we're
here?
fine on this. That's why I
Okay.
couldn't find it. It's on planning.
So we are pulling, it's 13 through 57, having deleted, which are stricken 20 and 21, and we are pulling forward 45. Those are the one action, one motion.
That's a great motion, Mayor. You just made it.
Okay.
That's the motion.
So there's the motion. Please vote and please post. Okay, now we are on to, again, let me restate that on agenda item 45, Trish Truesdale, who works in my office, this is in reference to an establishment in that same building, but I believe I can vote on it, and I must turn to my counsel advice.
I'm sure you can. The disclosure is appropriate. You don't have to abstain.
Thank you very much. And so, I see someone in front of us.
What?
No. Okay, Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, staff is coming forward now on item 45, I believe. That's the next item.
We have to read the item first.
Okay, for possible action to approve a temporary massage establishment license, Asian Princess Massage LLC, DBA Princess Massage at 2212 Paradise Road. Yingbing Fan, managing member. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Karen Dettleston, Deputy Planning Director for Licensing. This item is before you today. It is unique in one sense in that under the massage code that was adopted by the City Council about 2.5 years ago, massage establishments are limited to hours of operation that end at 10 p.m. unless otherwise authorized by their land use. This is an old location. It does have land use that allows it to be opened until 3 a.m. This is a new owner coming forward for this massage establishment. In the past, this location was operated as a massage establishment, and there were business license cases and metro cases that were resulted in arrests for prostitution and citations from Metro for solicitation. That was a previous owner at this location. But the question that I believe I want to make sure that the City Council understands is that there is a difference in the operating hours at this location unless this license for the new owner is conditioned to comply with Title VI, which would close it at 10 p.m.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Well, I'd like to hear if licensing has all the information that it needs from Metro to be able to make a recommendation, a complete recommendation to us.
Yes, Your Honor. Based on the application that is before you for the new owner, we have no concerns with the new ownership. The cases were from a previous owner, so we would recommend approval. We would recommend that it comply with Title VI, which is the 10 p.m. while they're in temporary status, so that we could take a look at that and watch this location over the next 6 months.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to hear from the applicant, and I also caution the applicant. There is a reason why we took away the licensing, I guess, of the people that were there before. I forget. It's not a good place for illegal activities. You know, sometimes immoral, illegal is in your eye, and others think it's okay. But in this particular case, you're led up against a neighborhood, a residential neighborhood, a historical neighborhood, and it's very uncomfortable for me to approve something like this that is so close to these houses. Now, I realize the land use is there, and it is possible, and I think we will grant, I believe we should, on a temporary basis anyway, the operation, and we will watch it very closely, because we've had prostitution there. We don't know you. We don't know your connections to people, so you will be watched. But that doesn't mean you should be threatened. If you do nothing wrong, there is no problem. Is that understood? Because I want the council to explain who is the applicant here, who is speaking for the applicant, who is interpreting for the applicant. Take your time and do this right.
Yes. My name is Mitchell Bisson. I'm an attorney at Collister & Associates. We've been retained by the business. I have, sorry, I got to pronounce it correctly. It is Yingming Fan. Yingming Fan. She is the owner, and I also have.
It's on the agenda, YNGBIN, second word FAN, F as in Frank.
Yeah. Y-I-N-G-B-I-N.
Yes, we have it, it's agendized.
Okay. And then I also have a court-certified interpreter.
My name is Waimei Borgel, W-A-I-M-E-I, last name B-O-R-G-E-L. I'm a court-appointed interpreter. And I'm just retained to interpret this case.
Thank you, Waimei. I know you.
Thank you.
And your family. Thank you. Which adds a lot to the, the credibility of this applicant.
Thank you.
Now let's make sure that she understands complete adherence to all of the rules of the ordinance, and that everyone is to be open, that there is no closed doors or windows. In other words, windows have to be available for inspectors to look. If I hear that an inspector comes and you have to pick up the phone to tell someone, then we know you're reporting to somebody else. We know then that there might be hidden ownership. We don't want to have that suspicion. We want to make sure that you operate as you should. No promises of a happy outcome on these massages. I think that's sufficient. Do you have anything further for me, Mr. Benson?
No. We have nothing further.
Do we have, Waimea, do we have the applicant's word, and she must speak those words, in approval of all of the conditions that have been placed upon her?
To clarify, Your Honor, if I could, to make sure that is the condition to comply with Title VI, which is closing at 10 p.m.?
Yes. Thank you very much. You understand that you will close at 10 p.m.?
Okay. Your Honor, and the applicant would like to extend her operation time to 3 a.m. because of the location.
I'd like to hear from our staff on that request.
Under the Title VI, under the licensing code, the ordinance adopted by the City Council was to restrict massage operations from morning hours. I believe it starts at 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. because of the issues that we were having after hours in certain locations around the city with the solicitation of prostitution and enforcement of having key employees on site and following the regulations during those hours. There is a clause that allows land use to vary those when that land use was approved before the code. In this case, licensing is recommended that while this applicant is on a temporary license status, and I would state that we did issue a correction notice to this business this last week for violations of the current Title VI. They are operating under administrative licenses, that they had no key employee on site, which is one of the requirements that they have a responsible party there when they are open. So to make sure that this applicant learns the code and understands the code, we would recommend the 10 p.m. hours and that they, during the temporary status, and we can bring that back to the City Council.
You're recommending a 6-month temporary status?
6-month temporary, and there is an opportunity for an additional 6-month temporary, but we could bring it back to you at that time, or we could do an administrative review and bring it back to you in 1 year.
Okay. Waimea and Mr. Gibson, does your client understand that I realize you have asked for 3 a.m. You will not get that today unless you agree to the 10 p.m. on a temporary basis, and that is for a probationary period, essentially. We understand her desire to fulfill that, but we want to make sure. We've just been burned too many times, sir. So we ask you to adhere to that. If you do not, then we'll have to consider something else.
Ms. Duddleston, what you're saying then, after 6 months, she may apply to extend hours,
Correct.
assuming everything's fine?
And that would be considered by the City Council at that time.
Correct.
Yes, I accept.
Yes, all right, thank you. We would like to hear her say that in any language she has to be able to say it in.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. All right, Your Honor, then the motion is to approve on a temporary basis for 6 months this application in accordance with all the provisions of Title VI and any other conditions that may have been agreed to today. Now, does that fit everything? Because I know you've been approached by Mary McElhone.
No. No.
Okay, good.
That
Thank you.
is correct.
That is the motion, Your Honor.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. So in 6 months, all things being fine, she can come back and apply, which brings it back to council for the 3 a.m. And that motion carries. Good luck to you. Thank you. Now, I have been remiss, and I don't know if Dave Mason, are you still here? Dave Mason initially had come before us during redevelopment to speak to agenda item 7, which also was furthered into agenda item 56. And my error in missing that in this overall approval. But since he's not here, if you have any issues, Mr. Mason, and happen to be watching one of the TV replays. Please be sure to get in touch with Councilman Bob Coffin in Ward 3 and for any concerns on that particular item, which was on the HOP at 1310-1316 South 3rd Street. My error, but thank you. Okay, so we will now move on to agenda item 58 has been obeyed till October 7th, and now we will go on to plan. So, discussion for possible action regarding the approval of a restricted gaming license, Molly's Tenaya LLC, DBA Molly's Tenaya, 3250 North Tenaya Way, Suite 100, Ward 4, with Councilman Anthony, Ms. Duddleston, and
For the record, Mary McElhone, Business License Section Manager. Item number 59, Molly's on Tenaya. Staff recommends approval of a 6-month temporary restricted gaming license with the authority of the director or designee to issue another 6-month temporary license, and the authority to consider a permanent restricted gaming license at the end of the second 6-month temporary license if the license is in compliance with all applicable codes.
Thank you very much. Councilman Anthony, any questions, comments, anything?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I know you're recommending a temporary license, but this business has been at that location for, I don't know, 20 years. It's just a change of ownership. The inside really hasn't changed. In fact, well, it has changed. They've actually made it look a lot better inside. But it's got a bar top, and it's a bar. It's got food in it. So I don't see any reason for making it a temporary license. So if you're ready for a motion, I will make a motion to, issue the permanent license?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay,
It will be a permanent
I'll make a motion
restricted
to
gaming
issue
license.
the permanent restricted gaming license for Molly's Tenaya on North Tenaya Way. That's my motion.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Thank you very much. Motion carries for permanent license. Thank you very much, Ms. McElhone. We will now go on to agenda item 60, discussion for possible action regarding the approval of restricted gaming license Golden Route Operations LLC DB at OG for Oscar Goodman, at 1531 South Las Vegas Boulevard. This is Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin and Ms. Duddleston. Ms. McElhone, please.
For the record, Mary McElhone, Section Manager for Business Licensing for Golden Route Operation LLC doing business at OG's. Staff recommends approval of a 6-month temporary restricted gaming license with the authority of the director or designee to issue another 6-month temporary license and the authority to consider a permanent restricted gaming license at the end of the second 6-month temporary license if the licensee is in compliance with all applicable codes.
Thank you very much. Any comments, questions? Councilman?
Your Honor, I move for approval of item 60.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 60. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 61, discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of City of Las Vegas representative to Public Health Advisory Board created during the 78th legislative session through SB 314 to advise the Southern Nevada District Board of Health on matters related to local public health planning and policy. Councilwoman, I understand you have a recommendation.
Yes, I recommend the appointment of Mr. Laquan McDowell, a young man who's been very active in the Urban League and very active in activities in his local community area, and very, very interested in contributing more to the city of Las Vegas.
Does he happen to be present?
No,
Okay, not that he had to be, but just,
no.
okay.
Well, he's at work right now.
Okay. So there's a motion to appoint, if you would spell his last name for me, please.
Let me spell his whole name.
Please. Okay.
Capital L-A, and then capital Q-W-A-N, and then capital M-C, and then capital D-O-W-E-L-L.
Thank you. Thank you. There's a motion to approve Laquan McDowell.
Yes.
Oh, pretty close. Please vote and please post. to serve on the Public Health Advisory Board. Thank you very much. That motion carries. Agenda item now 62, recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2015-69. Councilman Anthony, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes.
Who is reading for? Aha, okay.
I'm getting there.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes.
And this is to our legal counsel, Brad Jervik. Brad, is it necessary that the attorney for the City of Las Vegas read the new bills, or can any member of the council do so, or even staff?
I'm sorry I missed it.
Is
maybe I
it
should miss it.
necessary for the city attorney to read the new bills, or can any member of the council or staff do it on your behalf?
The law just requires that it be read.
Not by the
So if you would like to do them, Councilman?
Oh, no, I'm just asking. I was curious the last time. I meant to ask you that, so thank
Well,
you,
and
Mayor.
you're not going to deny him the privilege. Nobody speaks faster than he does. We can have a competition, but I think it works well that Brad Jervik continue to read at the usual speed.
Thank you. With that, I'll read Bill number 2015-69, ordinance to amend or update LVMC Chapter 11.68 pertaining to the city's pedestrian mall and to provide for related matters. First of all, I want to thank everybody who is here today. I know there are a number of people that have contacted my office and have met with me from the street performer busker community. I know there are people from Fremont Street Experience and others that have worked with us on this. And in particular, I want to thank Todd Story and Amy Rose with the ACLU of Nevada for their assistance on this ordinance. Before I launch into my presentation, I want to make everybody aware that there's going to be a proposed amendment today, and I am going to place these. Well, they look like they're almost all gone already. I want to place these on each side of the podium and provide a copy with the clerk.
And do we have copies here already?
You have your backup. The changes I will read are very simple to what's in the backup right now.
And is this, I would like to be able to allow public comment herein after you've read the changes. But I'm going to ask those who are coming here that are going to be addressing this item, we have you on record and on film if you've spoken before. However, if it has to do with changes or something new that you're adding, I would really welcome you to come. But if it's repetitive and you're already on record, we have it and it just pulls this on forever. So the main thing is you want to be heard, and if there's some new issues or something in what's going to be read, absolutely we welcome you. And we do have your cards, and I think there's some more have been put up there. Okay, Mr. Jervik, please.
Thank you, Your Honor, members of council. What I have given to the clerk and proposed to the audience today is proposed First Amendment. It says 9/16/15 version. That is because the last proposed First Amendment was not adopted by this council 2 weeks ago. So we're still working on a First Amendment that has been evolving. And there are a couple of changes I'd like to put into the record. One, as you recall, at the last council meeting, we discussed the decibel levels. And we agreed to move the decibel level to a single decibel level that didn't change depending on time of day from 75 to 85 decibels across the board.
So that is being recommended.
That is being recommended, and that is the proposed First Amendment. The other thing that we had been talking about internally was a system of reservation versus lottery versus other means of allotting the performance spaces downtown. This current draft contains one option only, and that is lottery. I want to put in the record that we discussed a number of ways that an individual could reserve a space, and I'll go over the spaces in a moment. They're here displayed at the council today. But we looked at systems of reservation where an individual would every day have to queue up at a particular booth downtown and reserve a particular spot. And then we thought, what happens if somebody shows up first and they reserve all the spots? And the only way to resolve that seemed to be get in line, you get one spot, get to the back of the line, you get to get another spot, and that seemed rather silly and cumbersome. Then we started looking at first come, first serve. And one of the goals of this ordinance is to enhance safety both for buskers, street performers, tourists, and locals. And it seems that if competition for spaces was a problem before, it would become an even bigger problem if you had to get there on a first come, first serve basis. And so that was rejected. So ultimately, this current draft has one option and one option only, and that is lottery. And a lottery would work along the following lines. And this is not spelled out as deliberately in the ordinance that only calls for lottery, but so people here understand how it's proposed to work would be this. After individuals register, and I'll talk about that in a moment because registration has also changed. After an individual registers, you'll be given a random number. You may be performer number 1 or performer number 200. After the registration occurs, you will go into a system where the day before or 2 days before, you will know exactly what spots you will be performing in based on these 2-hour rotations. It was suggested in one of the meetings I had that these rotations don't occur randomly. In other words, if you were in spot number 1 toward Main Street and your rotation puts you in spot 38, which is Las Vegas Boulevard, then you've got about 5 blocks to collect all your things that you perform with and bring them down there. And you might lose time in doing that. So the lottery would be sequential. Once you would leave space number 1, you would move to space number 2. If you move to space number 2, you'd move to space number 3. And so there would be very short 40-foot movements from one space to another. That way you get the most performance time out of a performance spot that you can. The final change that is in here is regarding registration itself. Registration, as written before, required one of 2 methods, an official government ID or photo ID, or a declaration with a photograph. We are pulling back on that, and we are going to recommend in this amendment anonymous registration, so that we're not going to ask your name, we're not going to ask anything. Now, if anonymous registration does not work because we can't associate a particular performer with a tag, with a performance zone, or things are happening that are unpredictable as a result of this change, we will come back in and we will recommend identification. But I know there's been a great deal of concern that this would be a prior restraint on free speech because individuals sometimes wish to perform anonymously. They don't want people to know their identity, and we'd have no desire to engage in a prior restraint of free speech. Second, I know a number of individuals are worried that this is going to be distributed to individuals for background checks randomly, and that's never been the purpose of it, and we would not do that. And third, the courts have said, and we'll find out if they're right, that if there is a crime involving a street performer who cannot be identified, there are other means of identifying them. For example, simply pulling them over and questioning them. I don't know if that's exactly accurate. We will find out. I know that if all things were perfect in life and everybody's face were uncovered and you could say that's the individual who did something that I felt was criminal or illegal or wrong, it'd be easy to identify. But we also know that in Fremont Street and in many other places where buskers perform, there are many people that are costumed, and there are quite a few of the same characters sometimes. Sometimes there's more than one Spider-Man, or there's more than one whatever costume character you can imagine. And if that presents a problem for identification, if there is a crime or whatever, we may come back to you with a requirement of identification. But those are the major changes that are contained in this. And the final change is a change that sets an effective date of this ordinance of November 1st of this year. There is absolutely no way, if this council were to pass this ordinance in any form today, there would be time to train and have everybody ready to enforce it tomorrow. This will give us time to meet with Metro, our detention and enforcement, and any other individuals involved in enforcement so they understand what's in it.
Mr. Jervik, we have some comments, questions. Councilman Anthony.
Yeah, thank you, Brett. I might have missed, but what exactly is somebody going to, when they register, what are they registering? What are they telling us?
They're going to tell us what their character is, or characters, and they're going to get a number. And what they're going to get is going to be a plastic badge that will say performer number or whatever that is, and that number will be associated each day with a lottery with a performance space or spaces throughout the day. That's it.
Wow, that's a big change from, I mean, I initially wanted background checks on everybody.
I know, but that would be illegal if you could not do that.
Convicted felons, now you don't even have to give your name?
Correct.
So what's the point of registration? Just to find out what costume they're wearing?
Well, let me start with the point of what registration isn't. The point of registration isn't that the government wants to know who you are when you're performing. That's never been the point and never should be the point. What the point of registration is without registration, you couldn't possibly have a lottery. How would you know who to assign to a particular spot? Again, registration is optional as well. If an individual doesn't want to register, they would not be eligible for a spot. They would have to go and find other spaces in the mall that they'd be eligible to perform in, and that would include spaces on 3rd Street. But if you want to register, you want to have a guaranteed spot, we just need you to come in and tell us what character you're performing and get a number. That's it. Before
I'm
I
sure
go
we're
further
going
with
to
my
have a lot of
presentation,
questions.
I want to stop there with the amendments before I go forward with my presentation.
Let me just ask you one thing. Here I am, I'm Mickey Mouse, I'm coming in to register. I will get a daily identification with the date on it that I have space number 1. Now, this is the lottery, which I assume is going to be happening throughout the day, at one spot?
It'll happen at least a day.
What time?
It'll happen at least a day or two before. We have already met with Fremont Street, and there are these booths that they will make available to us, at least one of them. And they are booths that you typically associate with parking attendants when you leave a parking garage. They're air-conditioned. They have enough room in them for a computer and for the kind of equipment that we need to do the registration. One of those will be placed in the mall, and individuals in the mall can go right there to register and right there to receive the identification. It will be at that same location that we envisioned you would post either a day or two before. That hasn't been worked out yet, but it would be in advance. You would post who has what spot and what times they have the spots.
And
that information would also be available potentially on the internet, so an individual wouldn't have to come downtown and look at a printed screen to find out if they're eligible to perform.
And they also perhaps will have it on an app or something. My second question to this is, I have come in, I am signing up for the lottery as Mickey Mouse, but I also am Spider Lady. So I'm going to go change my costume and come in as Spider Lady, Spider Woman.
You get one registration no
But
matter how many characters you perform.
How do you know? I'm a street performer in a different costume with no identification being submitted. How do you know?
We don't know now. And again, knowing is only necessary when it comes to two things. We need to know a minimal amount of information to assign an individual to a spot. That doesn't necessarily include your name. We need to know more information if that is escalated to a crime. Then we need to know who it is that's committed the crime. The fact is that at least the courts argue, can be done on a case-by-case basis when somebody's identified as committing a crime. If somebody were to look at the councilman and he were in a costume, they could say this costume character did this. Police could then approach that costume character. If you weren't in a costume, you could say this juggler, or I'm just making up whatever performer it is, did this, and the police would do it. That's what the courts have told us. And so that's why we're looking at dialing back and going with the most minimal, least intrusive method of registering individuals. And if that does not work, we'll be able to demonstrate it and change it.
Well, I know this is a work in progress, and we're going to take small steps before we take bigger ones. But here I am. I'm back to Mickey Mouse. I'm in my costume. I go to the lottery. I get assigned a space, and I leave. And about 3 hours later, Mickey Mouse number 2 comes in to sign up.
And that is precisely the issue I tried to identify earlier. When the courts tell us there are other means of doing this, with all due respect to the courts that make those statements, they're not on the ground with us most of the time where they can see this kind of confusion that you just identified. And if it turns out that that is a significant problem that we can articulate and demonstrate through evidence, we will come back to you with a change.
Okay. So you continue to want us, as we come up with concepts of challenges to this, to make sure that we get them to you. I see that. I mean, Mickey Mouse, very popular, especially with children. So I can see several Mickey Mouse costume folk wanting to come in. How do you tell one from another? And there could be 4 Mickey Mouses, or Mickey Mouse 2 taking my Mickey Mouse spot 1.
I can assure this council that if we simply have one incident of confusion between 2 costume characters, that's not going to be enough evidence to support going an additional step. So I recommend, and the courts are going to look at this, and as I get into my presentation, I think it'll become more clear. The courts are going to look at how measured and restrained this council is in identifying a specific problem and tailoring very narrowly a solution to that problem and doing no more. If you don't have any questions about the amendments, I'd like to proceed with the presentation.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Let me state that, as you're all aware, this conduct that is being regulated in this ordinance is influenced by the First Amendment, or covered by the First Amendment. First Amendment speech is sacrosanct in this country, and the courts have laid down laws after law after law, and it is a constantly evolving body of law. Every time we think we know what the law is, another case comes along and it changes. And I'll get to one of those cases in just a moment. But the 3 things to keep in mind are, 1, There must be a compelling governmental reason to regulate speech under any circumstances. Compelling governmental reason. Second, you can only limit those restrictions on speech to time, place, and manner. Courts never allow you to forbid speech. You can limit the time you speak it, the place you speak it, and the manner you speak it. And of course, the classic examples you hear of stuff like this are somebody yelling fire in a crowded movie house. You know, of course that speech wouldn't be protected. If I walked into a bank and I said, stick them up, I can argue I have a First Amendment right to utter those words. So there are limitations on speech. And finally, and this is most importantly and goes to the amendments, we need to use the least restrictive means necessary to accomplish the goal. So let me just very briefly state that this started back in the mid-90s with ordinances where we believed that we had created a pedestrian mall that was not a public forum, that was managed by the Fremont Street Experience, a private operating company, that were 100% responsible financially for the operation and management of the mall. The beauty of that original agreement was the city was in for tens of millions of dollars in investment in the construction of the edifice, but we were not in for any of the operation and maintenance later on. And to let you know, the operation and maintenance of that mall initially was quite expensive. Forgetting about the cleaning of the surface of the mall and things like that, the original light show were light bulbs, not LEDs. They ran almost $1 million a year in electricity. They had to be replaced. They required a lot more maintenance. They burned hotter. You couldn't run video on them. And so there have been improvements to that. And I think over 20 years, I think we've been the beneficiary of a pretty good bargain. I hope Fremont Street feels the same. But what we found out through the courts is that we did not, according to the courts, convert this into a private mall. The courts told us it's a traditional public forum. And that has with it all the constitutional restrictions that you would find in any other traditional public forum, like a sidewalk or even a park. In 2011, at the direction of your predecessor mayor, we sat down and negotiated with the ACLU of Nevada to see if we could arrive at an ordinance that would end approximately 12 to 15 years of litigation that had just been going on and on and on without any certainty. In that ordinance, it was devised that we should come up with distance separations. And so the question is, what would there be a distance separation? What would you separate people from? Well, there is established case law that's been in existence for a very long time that prohibits solicitation within 20 feet of a doorway, within 10 feet of a retail facility, an ATM, a fire zone, and things like that. In front of me is a map that has been here before. This map is 13 feet long. It is to scale. It's drawn in AutoCAD, and it represents the Fremont Street Pedestrian Mall as it exists today. I'll bring a couple of these slides over to illustrate for you. But what these show are every kiosk, every doorway, every place where there's a distance limitation and separation for solicitation. Let me bring a couple of them over to the podium. If we could go to the overhead, what you'll see, and I've shown this before, is Main Street to my left. There you go. And as I move my hand down the street, we're moving toward First Street all the way down eventually to Las Vegas Boulevard. Which you can hopefully see is this green hatching on here that represents these elimination circles. Within those areas, you cannot solicit. And so this came to almost jokingly be called the Swiss cheese map, because if you dropped a kiosk and you drew 10 feet around it, you got a circle here, a circle here, a circle here, and eventually those ended up being a number of zones where you could not solicit. And as we know, quite often street performers do solicit, or they take tips or the like, and therefore these were prohibited areas. What that ended up doing was creating confusion for law enforcement, who didn't always know exactly where that 10-foot line was because it wasn't marked, and even if it was, the kiosks sometimes moved, not always. And what it also did was I think it created confusion for just about everybody, and it forced people more into the middle of the mall. Now, I met with an individual who's going to speak later on, who I respect a lot, who is a performer, who suggested that we caused this clustering that we're going to talk about in a moment by having this particular model for regulation. That'll be up to you to decide one way or the other. I do know this, that without distance separations, you would find it impossible to have a retail establishment in the pedestrian mall operating. People are not going to pull their cash out with somebody standing right next to them asking for it. That's why the law recognizes these distance separations. That's why you have a distance separation from an ATM. Who would go to an ATM and withdraw money with somebody asking for $20 right there? Who would go into a building if you have to run a gauntlet of individuals before going in? So I think it was the right move to go this route and look at it, but I think over time it has proved unsuccessful in regulating conduct in the pedestrian mall. And what we find now are a number of problems that I think have resulted in this council directing this office and others to work together to form an order, create an ordinance that will solve the problem. So let's go back to the issue. What is the problem? Again, let's start with number one. We need a compelling governmental reason to do this. What is the reason? Well, the reason is never, I don't like it. The reason is never, it's distasteful. The reason is never, it's bad for, whatever. Those arguments don't fly with circuits, and they are content selective, and we are forbidden as governmental entities from entering into content selective ordinances. However, there are a number of compelling reasons that have absolutely nothing to do with content. I have provided this council and the clerk with this book, and the very first page of it is Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department DTAC brief, and these are just little summaries. These are not inclusive by any means of all the things that have occurred in the mall, but just an example of some of the things that Metro has observed in the mall and how they've handled it. That's the first page. The second page is a statement by Derek Stevens. As you most of you know, Mr. Stevens is the president CEO of the D and a majority holder of the Golden Gate, and has a significant presence downtown, and he makes observations, which I'll summarize in a moment. The next one is a statement of Robert Gallego. Mr. Gallego is the head of Fremont Street Experience Security, and he makes observations in his statement as to issues downtown with respect to street performers. The next one is a statement of Jeff Victor, who, as you know, is the president of the Fremont Street Experience, soon to move on to higher and better things, hopefully, but right now he makes observations about what he observed. And finally, and I know he's with us today in the audience, is Mr. Bill Noonan on behalf of Boyd Gaming, and some of the observations they've made with respect to how the existing ordinance is not solving problems and what problems continue to occur. I will file that with the clerk, and I would like to make that part of the record at this time. What do we see in these reports? What we see are a number of things, and I'm not starting in any particular order, so I don't want you to think I'm picking on street performers first, but there are busker-on-busker incidents where individuals are competing for spaces, and it sometimes turns violent in the competition for those spaces. Sometimes it's just shoving and pushing or just creating a gauntlet. There are busker on tourist or local incidents, individuals complaining that they can't get into a hotel because there's people crowding the doorway, crowding the most desirable spots of the pedestrian mall, clustering in areas that make it difficult to walk around and move, and making it very...
Please be respectful. Please be respectful. Let's hold our comments.
Please.
Thank
I mean,
you.
this is no disrespect to anybody, but everybody will have a chance to speak. As part of the public record, I only have one left, and you can have it. I'll get you all more.
And this will be a matter of public
It is a matter of
record
public
because
record. It's filed
it
with the
has been submitted to the clerk in its entirety. So please be respectful.
Yeah, I have no
Mr.
problem
Jervik,
distributing
continue.
any of these materials to anybody who wants them. They're all public record. They are part of the public record today. They are evidence that's going to be used to support this ordinance if there's a legal challenge in the future. So I think individuals ought to be aware of what's being said. I will say this to digress for a moment. The statements in here, I know have been signed since they were submitted to me because I did not have the signed copies of them before. I am submitting them in the form that they were given to me. The signed copies will be substituted after the meeting. I don't think there are any substantial changes to any of them. But having said that, let me move on. And one thing we see in particular are comments by people who work downtown and are responsible for managing the mall and businesses downtown are the gauntlet of buskers during peak hours. where individuals have a hard time, I say, maneuvering through the mall or through a doorway. Now, there are other things going on too, but they're dealt with other laws. We get complaints about the aggressive nature of some people, the demand from some people, the expectation that it's more than a tip or a donation, but it's I'm really not doing this picture unless I get $20. There are other laws that cover that. One, we have a law citywide that prohibits aggressive solicitation. And so to the extent that individuals are engaging in that kind of activity, they can be cited for it right now, and that's always been the case for the last 20 years. We also have a law that requires that if you're going to do business, you need a business license. And individuals who are doing a quid pro quo for a picture or whatever need a business license, because this is no longer a donation or a tip. And that's illegal to do business without a license. So those things can be handled other ways. So let's look at what the problem is. The problem is this clustering, the arguing, the fighting, the competition. And other cities have seen the same thing. We have studied Santa Monica, the Santa Monica Pier, the San Francisco Fisherman's Wharf on the Embarcadero, Pike's Place in Seattle, and most recently Venice Beach. And we have seen that with popularity come these kinds of issues. And each city that has had to deal with these kinds of issues has looked at it from the same point of view. We have to identify what our interest is. We have to tailor our remedy to be the least restrictive, and it can only be time, place, and manner. Having said that, I think that these statements that have been provided to the clerk and to the council do support a record that would allow this council to take action of the type I have outlined: time, place, and manner restriction, and the least restrictive necessary. So what is the goal? The goal is new regulation that would replace the regulation that's there today. Again, busker issues are not new. They exist around the country. But in 2009, there was a case in Seattle, Washington, and it was at the base of the Space Needle. There's a large park there. And Seattle had what they believed was an enormous problem with street performers and aggressive street performers and other issues. And they enacted ordinances that required permits and other things. And the case went all the way to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and then something extraordinary happened. When the Court of Appeals hear a case, they pick 3 judges at random, and they hear it, and majority wins. So it could be a 2-1 decision or a 3-0 decision. They lost 3-0 on their regulations in the Berger case, and then the city of Seattle asked the entire Ninth Circuit to hear the argument. And they did. And when the entire circuit heard the argument, they ruled against them as well. So we're living in what we call, in our profession, a post-Berger world. What's left for cities to be able to do if you can't require certain things? Let's talk about permits for a moment. We started looking at permits, and I think the record, if this ever ends up in court and on appeal, needs to reflect the fact that we looked seriously at permits. Other cities have required permits. Some cities have permits where you not only pay money to get it, identification may be required to get it, and it's revocable. And the problem with that is it gives rise to the possibility that if somebody didn't like somebody's speech, you could revoke their permit and end it. So we rejected permits instantly. And I think after Berger, it'd be very difficult to create a permit scheme that was on the lines that Seattle did. So what we looked at were something short of that. And we looked at registration. But the fact of the matter is, registration is not necessary unless there's a reason to register someone. And the only possible reason, and it's a legitimate reason, and it will, I believe, support this ordinance, is the fact that there is a lottery. Without a registration, how do you possibly assign a spot? So the only reason for the registration is its connection to the lottery in this case. Let's go back for a moment to the time. 3 things: time, place, and manner. Let's start with time. This is not a 24-hour ordinance. This is limited to 3 p.m. to 1 a.m. We originally started 3 p.m. to, I think, 3 a.m., and then when we came up with 2-hour time periods instead of 1-hour time periods, we dialed back to 1 a.m. So this is very limited to the peak hours, and those hours were chosen specifically because those are the hours where the tourists flood into the pedestrian mall, the foot traffic is up, and the opportunity to perform, either because you love it or for money or tips, is far greater during those hours than during the day. So we've limited the time that these zones go into effect. So let me state that if it's not between 3 p.m. and 1 a.m., the zones are not in effect. You merely have to keep a distance away from the things that you had to keep a distance away from in the 2011 ordinance. But then again, we don't have a lot of evidence supporting clustering and fighting and competition prior to that time period. And so we think that we have narrowly tailored this to a time period that is directly related to the problem. Second, place. How is it that we came up with places? Again, if we can go to the overhead again, and I'll put these back so people can see them. These foam boards have on them, in addition to the green hatched areas, these circles, which I pointed out at the last meeting. These circles are the performance zones. And so the larger if you're going to have distance between entertainers, and other cities do, because to avoid the clustering phenomenon, to avoid competition, to allow people also to perform, and have somebody hear them without somebody right next to them competing for that same noise space, for want of a better term. They have separated them in Santa Monica and other cities, and so we have gone with the same distance separations that they've used there, which were 40 feet. We have used circles that are 6 feet in diameter. The fact is that the circles could be bigger, they could be smaller potentially, but 6 feet was directly related to what we thought you could have in the circle with you during a performance, what you would need. Give you the opportunity to move around some, but remember, the bigger the circle, the further the next circle is away from you. So we could make all these circles right now 12 feet or 15 foot, but if they were 40 feet apart, you would go from 38 performance zones probably to 20. And if you kept enlarging the circles, you'll limit the performance zones. So the tension is between maximizing the number of performance zones and allowing entertainers to have the space that they need to perform. So let's talk about these for a moment. There are 38 of them. And I don't know if one of our cameras can shoot over my shoulder here. I doubt it. In any case, let me go back to the podium then. These performance zones go all the way from Main Street to Las Vegas Boulevard, and they are in what you would call the identifiable part of the pedestrian mall. Most of us think of the Fremont Street Experience as the canopy. It's much more than the canopy. The Fremont Street Experience canopy extends to 4th Street, where 4th Street is open, and then the Fremont Street Experience actually continues all the way down to Las Vegas Boulevard in front of Neonopolis and Hennessy's and Mickey Finn's and the Walgreen. These performance zones extend from that area all the way to Main Street. The mall also goes down 3rd Street to Ogden, and that part of the mall is not programmed. So one of the things that we thought of, if you have an act or you have a performance that requires more space, there ought to be overflow. If you don't want to have a performance zone in the sweet spot, so to speak, of the mall, there's a performance zone that you can go to. You don't have to register, you don't have to do anything, and you can set up, and you're far away from doorways and everything else. So that was our thinking, was that we have this 3rd Street, which is an entire city block that is unprogrammed with these performance zones. So when you talk about 38, 38 is the fewest you get when the stages are not operative. Let's talk about that. There are 3 permanent stages on Fremont Street. Those stages are often the venues for concerts that draw quite a large number of people. I know Councilman Coffin goes downtown quite often. He's very much aware of some of the retro bands that come down, and they're very enjoyable. They draw large crowds. And it's just kind of axiomatic that people aren't going to stand in a crowd around a stage when they're being worked by individuals soliciting or performing. You can't have that kind of competition. I think everybody agreed with that. And so when we discussed this in 2011, we thought of a 200-foot radius from the stage when the stage was in use. What we are doing now is we are retracting that to 100 feet. It doesn't seem that 200 feet is necessary, and it's for a sponsored concert event. Now, you're going to hear individuals get up here and discuss with you what is a sponsored concert event and what happens if you have a bad actor who wanted to simply keep things on a stage all the time to eliminate performance zones. Because the reality is this: if there is a performance on a stage, during the course of that performance, those performance zones that are within 100 feet go away. So assuming under the most laborious scenario, you had all 3 stages in use at the same time with large concerts, you would go from 38 to 27 performance zones. 11 of them are within that 100-foot radius, and they would disappear during the course of the performance. Now, it's rare that you would ever see all 3 stages active at the same time, but that is the possibility. And of course, what people,
Please be quiet, please. Give Mr. Jervik.
Please, I met with a lot of you individually and gave you a lot of time. Please, you're going to get time today. The reality is, I've heard from individuals that sometimes there are things on stage just to make it look busy, that aren't concerts, that aren't performances. And I've heard extreme examples of a go-go girl with a boombox or a DJ or things like that. And I've talked with Fremont Street Experience, I've talked with Mr. Victor, and I can say this, certainly on behalf of the city. And I'm being told by Fremont Street as well, but let me just say this. If there is an attempt to just keep stages occupied for the sake of occupation for eliminating zones, we will step in. That will not happen. We are not in the business of eliminating speech except when necessary, and I think we all know when that is. Now, having said that, why haven't we sliced this more deliberately in this ordinance? Why haven't we defined entertainment more deliberately? We banged our heads together so many times when we talked about, well, how about if we say it's a Fremont Street sponsored event, but it's only an advertised event and it's only 12 a year or only 20 a year? And they will respond, and rightfully so, that we need flexibility. We need the ability to, if something comes up that we haven't thought about, all of a sudden Cheap Trip calls up and they say, hey, we're in town, we'd love to perform there next month. They need the ability to put them out there, and that's fair. The other side is they will look and they will say, I've heard individuals come to me and say, look, you've got a DJ up there performing with a boombox. I've talked with Mr. Victor about that, and he said, you know, maybe it's a generational thing between myself and other people, but oddly enough, there are a lot of people that find that kind of entertainment very desirable, and it sometimes attracts large crowds. So all I can say is there isn't any way that I can think of, maybe it's because I'm just not clever enough, to define this further. But I think the intention of this, and it has always been, that when there is a significant sponsored event by Fremont Street on their stages, during that event and only during that event, these performance zones go away. And I have told individuals who, I know there's a great deal of distrust in this room, but I've told individuals, if it turns out that there is an attempt to program, and I have no reason to believe, but if there's an attempt to program these just with some token thing to throw off this 100-foot distance separation, we will step in. Let me talk about manner. We talked about noise limitations on Fremont Street. Now, there's always an exception to noise limitations. When there's an official performance on a stage, they're going to perform. When the light show is going on, with that couple 100,000 watts of sound they have out there, the noise is going to exceed levels, and those are exceptions, so those are reasonable. But during the course of performances, it's 85 decibels. Now, I have talked to individuals who have suggested to me that the ambient noise in the Fremont Street Experience is so loud that that's unreasonably quiet. I can only say that Santa Monica uses 75 and 85, and we're going with 85, which is higher. When I talk to people on the Fremont Street end, they think the noise is too high. When you talk to buskers on the other end, they think the noise is too low. We think it is a very good starting place. It's reasonable. It's what other cities have done. And if it turns out that it's too loud, we can come back and adjust. If it turns out it's too soft, you have an opportunity to consider that as well. Will any less restrictive code accomplish the goal articulated of separating buskers, street performers, of giving performance zones that aren't competed for, of creating a safer environment that will grow the tourist base and actually hopefully create entertainment that people want to come to see in addition to the Fremont Street Experience? I don't believe, and without these things, and it's up to you to make these findings, you're going to be able to accomplish that goal. And I think every time we have been at a point where we've had more in this ordinance, we have pulled back and pulled back and pulled back, which is why you have the amendments today. Let's talk about registration. Well, we talked about it. Who provides this? That's been asked to me by a lot of people, particularly the street performers have asked me, who is it that's going to run this thing? The City of Las Vegas is responsible for registration. The City of Las Vegas will be responsible for the lottery. Who will be responsible for making sure that a particular busker is in a particular zone that they're supposed to be in during that specified time frame? That will be Fremont Street Experience. And I know there's a great deal of distrust over that. But the fact of the matter is, in Santa Monica, the city pays individuals, or actually the Santa Monica Corporation that runs the 3rd Street Promenade, pays individuals to go around with both decimeters and with little clipboards keeping notes of who's where and when they're supposed to move. And I've been with them, and Mr. Victor's been with me, and they'll walk right up to somebody and say, your drums are a little too loud, or it's time to move, or whatever. And they've got a rhythm going down there. People will tell you it doesn't work. People will tell you it does. That's up to you to decide, but that is where the recommendation came from.
You're saying that the inspection is paid for privately then?
Yes, Fremont Street Experience will be responsible for making sure the rotations occur on time and the buskers are in the particular spots. If they want to reserve a spot, that they're in the spot that they chose to reserve based on the lottery. Again, we have met with a lot of people on this ordinance. I can tell you right now, not even within the street performer community is there agreement as to what something this should look like. I think you will find almost unanimous agreement that shouldn't do anything. But again, if you think that there is a problem and you want an ordinance to solve it, this is an ordinance that's targeted very narrowly at solving that problem. What else did we consider? There are a long list of things, and I think they just need to be part of the record, and I'll be brief. Again, we just talked about defining entertainment on stage, including the limited number of performances. And again, for the reasons I just said, that did not seem workable. We talked about eliminating performance zones altogether. That gets us right back where we were with the clustering and the arguing and the competition. We talked about self-regulation. The problem with self-regulation is it's only as good as the people who want to self-regulate. I can't make somebody self-regulate any more than I can give them speech rights or not. We talked about unions helping, and I mentioned that the last time. If union membership were required to have speech rights, this would be a different country, so that doesn't work. Allowing longer rotation periods. To be honest with you, if you want to change the rotation periods, that is completely up to you. I think the goal here is separation and opportunity. The longer somebody stays in a zone, the less opportunity for somebody else to have a zone that night, assuming there are more than 38 buskers. So if you wanted to have a 1 hour time period, you'd have a lot more rotation. You wanted to have a 4 hour time period, you'd have a lot less, and you have a lot less opportunity. So 2 hours was what came out of a number of meetings with people who said, 1 hour is probably too short. There are people that would tell you they'd like to have it all night. And of course, if you have a prime spot, let's say in front of the Golden Nugget, all night long, you're a pretty lucky person. But if you have a prime spot, on another part of the block that somebody would consider less desirable, you're not so lucky. So this both equalizes to the extent people can possibly equalize these situations, equalizes opportunity, creates opportunity for people to move and enjoy sometimes a good spot, sometimes a less good spot, and with overflow spots as an alternative if those spots don't work for you at all. Again, I think one of the suggestions that came out of a conversation yesterday that if there is going to be rotation, and the person did not support rotation at all, but if there is going to be, it ought to be sequentially, we consider it, and I think that's a good idea, and that will be incorporated in the lottery system. There's been an assertion that the problem was caused by the 9/11 or the 2011 ordinance. I'm not going to speak to it. Mr. Peck is here today, and I know that he will speak in a moment, and he has very strong opinions as to the fact that that ordinance, in his opinion, caused all of this. But let me continue on. There's been an assertion that some will not get a performance zone. That is a fact. If you want a performance zone and there are more than 38 individuals in the course of an evening and people aren't willing to give up a spot or the like, there is a possibility you would not get a performance zone. We don't have an obligation to provide a number of zones for every single entertainer. Fisherman's Wharf has 12. For those of you who have been down to the wharf, there's a heck of a lot more than 12 entertainers down there. But if you want in San Francisco, which is quite different than our program, you get a permit, you pay money, and then you're guaranteed a spot. But you also agreed to sign off on performer rules and a whole bunch of other regulations, which we have not put into this ordinance. We talked about later start times. The evidence that was presented to us is that this begins picking up at 3. It's been suggested to me that the start time should be 5 o'clock because that's really when it starts to hit. That's going to be up to this council to decide. If you decide that the start time, it should be different than what it is, all I'm saying is the evidence provided to our office during the course of the drafting was 3 o'clock to 1 o'clock. The increased noise levels, again, I addressed that. I don't know if we're going to find out later on that we were too high or too low with that, but we are consistent with what other people have done, which has been reasonable. Finally, I want to talk a little bit about who is in charge of the mall right now. Right now, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, which is here in the audience, is got jurisdiction in the mall, and the Fremont Street Experience Security has authority in the mall for security purposes. The next on this agenda is an ordinance that will allow this council to consider formalizing what I think probably already exists, and that is that our detention and enforcement officers also have jurisdiction in the mall. Years ago, there was a couple of court cases where it was determined that Fremont Street Experience didn't have the ability to trespass people and things like that. I will tell you, certainly, because I have a criminal division that works in this particular area, without enforcement, no ordinance is worth anything. And in this particular case, I do believe that when you consider the next ordinance regarding the detention and enforcement, you're going to be putting the power back in the hands of the city and Metro to regulate them all. And these will be individuals who are peace officers that have the ability to do things that peace officers do that security can't do right now. Having said that, I don't have much more to add other than I've got a list of questions that were submitted by Mr. Peck earlier and a document he provided me today, and I would like to file those with the clerk. I want to thank him, even though we did not agree at the end of the day on a lot of points. I respect him a lot, and I respect the fact that he came to my office twice and spent a couple of hours with me expressing what he believed should be the solution to the problems in the mall. I don't think he came empty-handed, and I think he came in good faith. And I think Brandon Summers, who came yesterday and joined him, was valuable in the discussion, as was Michael Moore. And other individuals sent me emails and the like, and I will make all of those part of the record. If I could file this with the clerk. Thank everybody for coming today. I appreciate your bearing with me. I appreciate you listening to me, Council, and I'll be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work you've done on this. I thank those who have contributed information to him. It's far more complicated than anybody could understand, and as you get into it, it seems to get more complicated. But to provide the safety for the families who visit as tourists and for local families who have contacted us about being accosted by individuals, we have to do something unless there is a way that they could form self-governance, but that's not present at this time. So I think something is needed, and I just want to say thank you for all the hard work you did.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I would like to add, too, obviously, this has been ongoing, and the more successful we become, the bigger the issue is going to continue to come as we have more and more tourists coming down here, and you see the great improvements that are going on in our city. One of the issues, and I keep saying it, this is a work in progress. Nothing's going to be nirvana, nothing's going to be great, but we have to get started with something. And so my question to you is, what is a reasonable amount of time to put something in place, assuming it passes at the appropriate time in front of the council? What would be a good evaluative time? What would the process then be? And when would you reconvene the different pieces of this enormous puzzle, because it is a work in process. Nothing's going to be 100%, but we have to get started. We have so many complaints from the public, and we are, in fact, have to recognize for all of us our First Amendment rights. So knowing the delicate balance, once something's in place, and be it this piece, what are you assuming is a reasonable amount of time for an evaluation? And then what will you be doing on behalf of us?
I think it's a very good question. My recommendation would, well, first of all, be that you include the amendment that makes it effective November 1st. That builds in about a 5-6 week amount of time to train with Metro and detention enforcement if today's ordinance passes. Second, I would recommend this come back to the council in January for a 2-month status check. I think when you do something like this, it ought to be monitored in real time. I worked with a manager a long time ago who said that which is not measured is not done, and I think it should apply to this as well. If this is meaningful and solves a problem, we ought to know it by January that it's making a difference, and if it's not, we ought to know that too, and you ought to have an opportunity to consider alternatives. So I would recommend bringing it back no later than the second meeting in January for a status report.
And in the interim time, when something is in place, how would you like the public and the private to respond? Do you want those emails to continue to come to you? Or are you asking that as a central point of the pyramid?
I would be a fool to ask for more emails on Fremont Street right now, Your Honor.
Well, not now. Once we get started and to have a process, would it be more helpful if, in fact, the performers had a go-to point and there was one coming in from them, so a dialogue can continue, and then it becomes a public dialogue, which to me, it's always better if you have representation than everybody speaking, because we're so repetitive anyway.
A good question. I will, as I have throughout the process, I unfortunately was out last week with the day where I had an injury, but I have tried to make myself as available as possible to anybody who wanted to meet with me, and I will continue to do that throughout the process. So if it's individuals who are responsible for managing the mall, the Fremont Street Experience, we have constant dialogue. And when it comes to individuals who are performers who I've recently had dialogue with, and I think that dialogue should grow, and I'll be glad to continue to have it.
Well, I think that would be worthwhile, and I think among the performers, it would be helpful to collect everything together rather than everybody out on their own repeating and everything, making it a delayed and worse process, to try among yourselves to get some representation so that our council and the Fremont Street Experience, we can have leadership that can sit down and discuss. This is a problem we're continuing to see. This is an issue the performers feel is unfair or it's not working, and I would ask that of the performers. And knowing that you will continue on, this is an 8-year, but I guarantee you the city of Las Vegas is going to continue to be an exciting place to be. It's going to grow. There's much on the plate right now. And so we've got to get started and do something, because we cannot have people driving away our tourists, blocking entries, and I'm not speaking to you all, because most of you have been here and helping us work through this. But we have to put something in place and get started. It's like writing an essay. You got to get started with something and then pick it apart until it works perfectly.
Thank you.
So what I'm going to do, with your permission then, is open this up for public comment, and again reiterating, we have record of you, because we have done this 2 or 3 times already. If you've spoken, if you have nothing new to add, please do not come up and speak again. But we do have cards here. I'll read the names of those who are here. And if you have anything pertinent to the new issuance here, feel free. But again, this is a work in progress, and we have to get started with it. So the cards I have right now: Angelina Alaya, Heather Barris, Anthony Casabianca, Jared Carl, Jay Gelbman, Justin Harrison, Chris Johnson, Jeremy Lechner, Guillermo Mariana, Michael Troy, Gerald Morrison, Bruce Peck, Brad Priotti, Ray Rosedale, Brandon Summers, William Steffen, and Manford Yates. I'm going to ask you, because we have had public hearings several times on this, I'm going to ask for our city clerk to set the time at 2 minutes. If there's something Mr. Jerbick would like to hear more of in a particular area, will you please notify me so I can give them an extra minute or two? But at this point, adding something new, please come forward and state your name for the record.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I want to say
Yes,
something
please.
first, please. Your Honor, during the presentation by our attorney, there were noises made by people and interrupting that discussion. Let me make sure you understand what you were witnessing. You were not witnessing someone for or against that ordinance. That person, my city attorney, was not there as an advocate for himself. He is an advocate for me as the requester of the ordinance and the council. He is engaged, and he will be, again, I'm sure, today, engaged as our counsel. That's legal procedure between the two of us. You do not have the right to be rude and to interrupt him. At the same time, I would also say that I hope that whatever you do and say will not be interrupted by anybody else. I mean, you're entitled to that. And we have marshals around here who can certainly observe that, but fourth in line is Buford T. Justice, and I've always felt that Buford, otherwise known as Jackie Gleason, was pretty damn good at his county, and we hope that he would help remind everybody to be nice to everybody else. Buford, if you fail your job, then there are marshals that will help you. And other than that, and I can't tell you whether you're John Belushi today or Buford T. Justice, but in any event, I don't want to hear the suits in the back, my good friends who own casinos, interrupting you either. So the mayor is in control of this. For God's sakes, be polite. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, no address. We just need your comments, your name first, please. And we'll set the time at 2 minutes, so don't waste time with other things. Just get your comments out.
My name is Jared Carl. Thank you for listening to me, Mayor and Council. Few concerns. I want this to work as much as you guys do, but there are several loopholes that you yourself noted that are built into this and will create problems. With any game of musical chairs, there's always going to be people without seats at the end, and I don't see how that's going to reduce violence between performers. I only see that increasing violence in performers when there's a fewer number of spots and the same number of people. We always mention the world's largest television screen is above our head. I've never heard mentioned, other than today by Mr. Jerbick, is that there's also one of the world's largest sound systems directly above our heads there. Giant 4-speaker setups that would barely fit into a 6-foot circle themselves, only about 35 feet above the heads of many of the circles. So we don't need to talk to Santa Monica because they have a different scenario than us. We need to get a sound pressure level meter, and studies need to be done. We need to have some kids from UNLV or something like go around and actually see what the status of Fremont Street is so that we can make numbers that make sense rather than numbers that have to be changed later because we copied Santa Monica. Tailored means specifically fitted and customed and measured for a certain person. A suit tailored for someone in Santa Monica couldn't possibly fit Las Vegas. It's just a different place, and to be narrowly tailored, it must be done differently. If you'd like to consult the map, I don't have it with me, I wish I did, but several of the spots present the very problem that we have. Spots number 3, 8, and 15, if you look at the maps, are directly in the center of where the pedestrians walk, right in the middle of several kiosks. It will definitely pinch traffic there. There is no question. You can go to the spot and look. There is no way you could even have 10 people watching you without completely stopping traffic going between the First Street stage and Main Street. And it can't be content-based. Right now, we're judging based on what you're saying. If I say free balloons for children, I have to stand in a circle. If I'm saying, why lie, I need a beer on a piece of paper, then I don't have to stand in a circle. If I have a megaphone and I'm yelling about Jesus, I do not have to stand in a circle. We can't judge based on what you're saying whether or not you have to stand in the circle. It's unfair.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
She'd like to give me her 2 minutes. Is that possible?
If
it's
it's
not
something
proper, then
addition,
no.
well, let's go ahead and you do it because you're in line. And I don't think you're adding anything new because we've already presented, but we appreciate your coming forward. Please go ahead. And I think you spoke with us before as
Yes,
well.
I have.
Yes.
My name is Heather Baresi. I'm a performer down at Fremont. You guys are going with the lottery, you said. I have a very bad problem with that. I've been attacked on Fremont Street by people. I've been harassed, and I stay down by the D because of that. I didn't get to speak with you before, but I shouldn't, once I get in a spot, say I get down by the Binions there, now I have to perform in a row, spot 6, spot 7, spot 8. Those are all dangerous spots for me. I don't want to perform there. I've been seriously attacked and harassed. When I go down to the D, there's nobody down there. Nobody bothers me down there. My friends that work down by Binions have been They got in physical fights in the last 2 weeks, and I have not seen anything for months down
Hopefully
there.
with proper monitoring, that will be
And I'd also like to
remediated.
say that a lot of the time there are three bands on the stages.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
My name's Ray Rosedale. I'm not a street performer, and I do apologize for misbehaving. But it's the Fremont Street's job to keep those stages occupied, and you really don't have to worry about performers performing in those circles. They don't want to be anywhere near the stages because they can't perform. It's just too loud. Aside from that, I went down to Fremont Street last night, and a lot of you guys weren't there. And for the first time ever, I saw more panhandlers with signs than I did performers, and it really broke my heart. And this ordinance is actually already having an effect because people aren't showing up. The word's out on the street, hey man, if you're a drug addict, just go down to Fremont, you can get your drug money. All you need to do is put up a cardboard sign. And I hate to see the tourism being run into the ground down there because the good performers are reluctant to perform or go to another city. And it is a transient crowd of performers, so the new, they're going to be leaving, new ones are going to come in, they're not going to know the rules and regulations. This thing can really work itself out. As far as the homeless people, 30% of the homeless are mentally ill. There's a certain percentage of drug addicts that I think it's more than 30%, and then the other percent aren't drug addicts or mentally ill, but they're just down on their luck. Everybody, and the police in the room, you guys know how to tell a drug addict. All the homeless people down there with signs are drug addicts. I hate to label people, but they're not mentally ill. Very few people are down on their luck, and you guys are rolling out a red carpet for them to go and destroy the tourism. And other than that, I don't know. It's confusing. I know you guys have a hard job, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Next, please, sir. I hate to ask you, but can you take off your hat for us? Thank you. And you have all your hair, so you should have taken it off. Wonderful. Of course, some guys look great with no hair, but anyway, welcome.
Yeah. Sorry? Oh. Jay Gelman. I was thinking about this from the last time I was here, and it just struck me as a beautiful revelation of how to solve a majority of this. Wise man once said, when in doubt, go around. Okay? So, if you take a whole list of the actual accredited performers, put them where they should be, put them in shows where they do the tourists good. Let them perform. I mean, in shows, lounges. You know how many lounges are not active? Put them in shows. Let them perform. Now, step two, you take the permit issue that I submitted and you leave it open to whoever wants to street perform. And you have them pay 1 fee for the whole year. And the people who would be assigned in the permit office would actually be veteran actors, performers, whatnot. You only need a couple of people. They would be appreciated more to police the rules, which is what the permit would be there for, to advise the rules. Keep your place clean, keep your wardrobe clean, so on and so on down the line. Because there are no rules. That's the main objective here, is the rules. And it goes to just simple not knowing, ignorance, or stubbornness. So I think that's really the best option. And that's what I proposed. And I think it's being overlooked.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Thank you. Don't forget your hat.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, back so soon. I just want to say thank you, first of all, to City Council for, again, taking the time to hear this matter. And I want to say thank you personally to Attorney Brad Jerbick for doing all the great work he's done.
And your name again?
Oh, sorry, Brandon Summers. I apologize. And just thank you for all the good work you've done. You've really thought this through. You've done your research, done your homework. And going to anonymous registration, I have to say it was a fantastic idea. I understand they're not going to understand it, and they don't appreciate that, but I appreciate that because it's really respecting the First Amendment, and Constitution and privacy. And you covered everything that I was going to say, so I appreciate that too. So save some time. But one thing I did want to point out was the number of spots. As Adam Flowers suggested, he's a representative of SPAN. I propose that we amend this to accommodate 45 zones as he recommended. At present, City Council has not revisited Fremont Street Experience's designated location map. I believe that Mr. Flowers has done his due diligence, and the City Council should strongly consider his version of the map as well. Okay, and to wrap this up, I understand no law is perfect and that there will always be points of contention, but it's important that the city passes a law that does not negatively impact performers. It is in our collective best interest that we get it right the first time. And if we need another month or two to iron out the details, then so be it. If you adopt provisions that make it difficult for buskers to perform, you will run off the good ones. And then a year from now, you and Fremont Street Experience will be back at square one trying to find ways to get rid of aggressive panhandlers masquerading as performers. Mayor Goodman, you said we had to get started, and I totally agree, but the good thing is the summer season's over, so it's not going to be as crazy. So.
And just keep in mind that Mr. Jervik said the minimum would be 38. So what's going to happen going forward, that may change. But at this point, in an effort to move this along, that's the minimum. So thank you for your comments. Please come forward. Thank you, Mr. Summers.
Thank you.
My name's Bill Steffen. I'm a brand-new resident of Las Vegas, Councilman Anthony's district, and I'm sorry I missed the lunch with you over in Summerlin, Mayor Goodman, but there were other meetings I had to attend, and I'm getting into what the city and the area is all about. I'm speaking as a person who has enjoyed the Fremont Street experience. I've come to Las Vegas many times over the last 10 years. More than 70% of the time I stay downtown. And I stay downtown because of the ambience of downtown that the street performers have created. And putting together this, I was in San Francisco in the 70s. Street performers were a wonderful part of the thing there. And that's because they could roam freely. Not, if you put them in little, it's like a stage show. And, I can go down to a stage show if I want to see a stage show because they're in these little circles. You have, between the two areas, there's 14 areas between Binions and Fremont Street, and 7 of those are to be restricted by the 2 stages, which I've also enjoyed shows at. 27 areas extend to areas, even all the times I've been down there, I've never gone down to. And you're going to put these people out of business. I know you've said you've got to do something, but the something isn't going to, as the prior speaker said, destroy the livelihood of the real performers as opposed to the people that come out and put on a couple of pasties and stand around and think that's performing. And I understand the First Amendment rights, but
thank you.
Here you are. I think this is an overreaction to trying to solve a very serious problem.
You're new to town. Stay with us, please. Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Brad Priotti, and I am a performer, street performer down there. The 40-foot spacing between characters was based more on sound, but my performance on Fremont Street is visual. I do not need 40 feet between me and the next person. the Fremont Street Experience security and pretty much an unwritten rule of LLC is that the performers need to be basically 2 to 5 feet from the next performer to allow them the room to do whatever. The amount of spaces does not need to be 40 feet because that really limits the amount of characters and performers down there. And as I've noticed the last few days, there's been quite a few less street performers because of the nervousness, everything that's going on. And the good street performers are leaving, but the problem that I've had, I even had a broken tooth because I got hit. I was attacked.
I think
by
you told
locals.
us that last time you were up
Yeah.
and told us that
Yes.
experience, so thank you.
And it's the panhandlers, people that just hold the signs that aren't performers, they're not restricted.
Okay, well, we thank you, we appreciate it, and we do remember that. But remember, you are on record here as having spoken, and just want to make sure we're working towards something that will really benefit the entire community here, and that's what we're after. Thank you. Thanks. Please.
Your Honor, Counsel, yes, my name is Anthony Casabianca. Yes, I have a few things. About the street performance, I think that's a great idea because that would keep the crime down where they can make some money on better than stealing and robbing and doing drugs that would keep them in somewhat of a area contained, right? Also, too, another suggestion I had was, a while back I was watching your channel, right? And there was a gentleman on there that suggested that for housing being projects, being buildings going up, probably maybe about the size of like the, the plaza, right? Put them out where the eyesore is out here, tent by the, where is it, by the, across from the Smith Center. That thing's an eyesore. It's just furniture for, I just found out, it's furniture for the World's Trade Market, right? That's how, in New York, that's how we run a city. You take the homeless, you put them in there, you have low-income housing where your check meets your standards. I've been out here for 5 years. It's going to be 6 years. I've had 25 apartments because of the landlords. My check does not simply meet the standard ability of having housing. That's why, if you had housing, all you would have to do is make projects and then have Metro take part of their force and make housing police. And you police it in the way as a city would run. And then you have no more street vendor, you have no more homeless, you have, everybody has their pantry to go to, supermarkets to go to, parks to sit in. That's how a city is run.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I thank you on that comment.
Thank you very much.
Yep. That's what I would like to see.
Mayor, Councilman Jerry Lechner. Mayor, you just stated, hey, something needs to be done. Blocking doorways, aggressive approaches. Something has been done. There's a current ordinance where there's a complete lack of enforcing it. We've been asking security officers of FSC, hey, these dancers are blocking the entire walkway. Nobody can even move. Oh, we can't do anything about it. What do you mean you can't do anything about it? There's an existing ordinance. I would also like to address, in order for any new ordinance, which we need a new ordinance because the old one is not properly being enforced, I'm confused. But in order for a new one to be constitutional, it has to be least restrictive. Jamming 150 street performers into 27 or 38 circles is very restricted. Eliminating teams of 3, 4, or 5 heroes, musicians, or impersonators, just by virtue of the size restriction, is very restrictive. Anybody that takes 30 to 45 minutes to set up and break down is eliminated. That is very restrictive. Then the whole lottery system, the city wants to be in the business of street performer lottery, constant enforcement, constant planning. So my last question would be for Mr. Jerbick. Mr. Jerbick, for an advisory role for you, for the councilman, does this potential ordinance have the potential to be one of the most controversial and frowned upon potential ordinances that could be interpreted by the Supreme Court as not at all least restrictive? That would be my main question to you.
Thank you. Thank you, and he will be responding to everything at some point, but certainly giving the amount of time he's put in there. Good questions, good comments from everybody. Thank you very much. Good morning. Nope, good afternoon. Can you reach that?
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Angelina Ayala. I'm from Buffalo, New York. I'm a tourist. And I've been here for about 4 months. And the most blessing thing for me to see is these performers, because I've actually been going there for almost 2 months on a daily basis. But the only thing that really does not impress me that the city council needs to work on is that security does not enforce violations at all. I've contacted security on my phone, the dispatch, about drug activities, prostitution, the homeless, the panhandlers being aggressive. But instead of attacking these performers, which really, turns on us tourists like me, that we go back on a daily basis because we enjoy what we're seeing. I mean, the city council actually needs to start working more on the security out there, not doing their job enforcing the regulations that you guys are setting. As a tourist, that kind of turns me off to see people being aggressive out there. And it's not the performers, it's the homeless, the prostitutes, the druggies, but yet security doesn't enforce it. So that's something that the city council needs to work and attack, is the security out there, not these performers that turn people on like me and other friends of mine that are tourists. This is something I needed to bring to the attention of the city council.
Very well said, and I think Mr. Jerbick brought that up. There are plans in this for inspecting what is going on, and D&E, perhaps our detention and enforcement being there, and you have to inspect what you do expect. So thank you very much for coming down. You'll love it here beyond Buffalo.
Oh, I know,
it's
that's
too
why I'm
cold up
staying
there.
here, because I love these performers. They're my family now.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Mayor, Councilman, my name is Catherine Rose. I am a vendor on Fremont Street. I agree with a lot of what the previous speakers have said about the aggressive panhandling and the law enforcement. We have called Fremont Security, we have called Metro. Everyone says their hands are tied and there is nothing that they can do. I believe that a majority of the people here are professional street performers, and I mean no insult against any of you by what I'm about to say. I am an artist myself. I am all for the freedom of expression. However, I do believe that there is a good percentage of the people down there that are not about expression. It is about commerce. I pay taxes. I have a business license. I pay rent. And if you want to work, you need to do all those things in the proper order, the way that they need to be done. I told tourists to visit Fremont Street in the past. They've loved it. They've always told me they enjoy it. The last couple of years, people make a face. Oh, yeah, I've been down there. Tourism, as you know, is the lifeblood of this city. This is affecting tourism. Our sales are down 20% from last year. The buskers hawking negatively affects our sales. Nudity might not have been addressed by this ordinance. However, I just want to address it quickly. If police saw a woman walking down Boulder Highway in thong and pasties, guess what would happen? The nudity started with one busker. No one did anything. Suddenly, everyone is doing it. Approximately 50% of the buskers I saw down there the other night on the weekend were mostly nude. I won't bring my own kids down there during the day. If you set no limits, human nature is that people will take advantage. Setting healthy limits will prevent the further pushing of them.
Thank
If
you.
no limits are set,
Thank
they
you.
will push the boundaries.
I think your voice has been echoed before many, many times. We want to keep our tourists, so that's a very big, important piece here.
Manfred Yates. Last time you spoke of solutions. Here I hold a list of NRS statutes ranging from harassment, obscenity, sexual exploitations, etc. These NRS statutes listed here are the issues City Council has been publicly campaigning about. My question is, if Metro and City Council cannot enforce these already existing laws, which are punishable with tickets, misdemeanors, and in some cases felonies depending on severity, and all are constitutional, then how do you suppose to enforce a constitutionally challenged ordinance? In 2014, McCullen versus Coakley, the Supreme Court slapped down a standing law that had made zones for people to protest and practice their First Amendment rights. As many civil rights activists before me, the Supreme Court has supported our belief that under the authority and rights of the Constitution, that the whole of the United States is a free speech zone. I contest that there is but one reason governmental bodies eviscerate constitutional rights, because under the Constitution, the people hold more power than the governing bodies. If this ordinance is passed unconstitutionally, I will challenge it. I will even challenge it under threat of law and will spend as much time in litigation as need be. When people fear the government, there is tyranny. When the government fears the people, there is freedom. I also have a business license and pay my taxes. I own a home. Thank you.
Next, please.
Zenon Obuchowski, one of the street performers.
I'm sorry, what was your name, sir?
Zenon Obuchowski.
Thank you.
I find it ironic
Yes,
that, what is it, as of tomorrow, celebrating Constitution Week?
Yeah.
I'll be brief. Number one, the whole thing is unconstitutional. The whole thing. Two, it's unenforceable. You have crime going on every night that's probably even not reported. A few nights ago, there was a big fight, probably about 2 in the morning. I doubt it made the papers. It took about 10 or 15 minutes for the cops to show up. It was ugly. Metro was nowhere to be found for about 10 minutes. You know, there's a problem with homeless people. Guess what? If you got rid of the trash cans that you have all over the mall, or you put them in the doorway entrances, you probably wouldn't have a lot of the homeless people picking through the trash. I don't see that being enforced. I've been there 5 years. I don't see that being enforced. Number four, it'll be challenged. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mayor.
Hi.
Board. My name is Gerald Morrison. I'm one of the buskers out there on Fremont. I do levitating. I'm the lost baby in Las Vegas. Just wanted to make a couple of statements. Just a couple of days ago, it was about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the evening. I just got down on a levitator, and I see this guy right on Las Vegas Boulevard in Fremont laying on the ground, going into convulsions. I walked down the street to find a security guard and a Metro officer. Nobody to be found. I finally walked all the way down to Binion's and found a security guard to call Metro. By the time we got back, the gentleman had died. And I did everything I could to find that person. The security out there are more concerned about what's in their pants, who they can pick up at the bars. The girls that are dancing on the bars, they're out there getting their numbers, meeting them after work. Don't care what's going on to Fremont. It's not corralling the buskers in a circle to hold us to criticize who we are as a performer out there. It's the people that are coming out there holding up the homeless signs saying, I need weed. I need money to buy weed. I'm not going to lie. I need money to buy a beer. So if you're going to corral us all in the circles, you know what's going to happen? All the buskers that are out there that are street performers, that the people are enjoying to come and see, are now holding up a sign saying, I can no longer wear a costume because they are corralling us, and I'm homeless, and I need money. Can you help, please? So I think putting the circles in is a bad idea, and I think the law enforcement, and if you guys would come out there, disguise, whatever, and just see the security out there, what they do, you guys would freak. You would say, oh my God, is this really happening on Fremont? Please come out there, please. All right?
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hey, hi, my name is Guillermo Mariani. I want to speak because he wasn't here in the last meeting, then I spoke.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a little nervous.
Don't be nervous. We're friends.
Well,
Here you go.
sorry for my appearance, but I just work out in the 24 hours fitness. So.
Good advertising.
I'm just going to say that I don't think that these rules is to do something better for us, because you can tell you're smart enough to see that this is something just to get rid of every performer, no matter if it's good or bad. So, because, I don't like naked people either. I see those girls, for me they are not even attractive. I say, man, why do they take pictures with them? They are not even attractive girls. But, this starts a few months ago, talking about we need to get rid of those people. And all these new rules, there is nothing against them. So I don't think that these rules are for do this better. And, well, I wasn't born in this country. I was born in Argentina, but I become American. And I think if we claim to be the best country in the world, this is not freedom at all. So, and if they want to do something, I should not say this, but just get this private property, and they don't need to deal with it. So, but as long as this be a public area, they should not do that, right?
Thank you.
And sorry.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
My name is Bruce Peck. I am the Bruce Peck that Brad Jerbick mentioned a few minutes ago. I don't know how this is supposed to go, but you did mention that if Brad sponsored a speaker that I could get some extra time.
If I could, Your Honor, Mr. Peck met with me for approximately 2 hours yesterday and 2 hours the day before, and as of a number of the people who kind of approached me, he did not speak at the last meeting. He did not speak at the busker meeting that we had just for buskers. I indicated to him yesterday, not to, again, single his speech out over anybody else's, that he should probably be allotted a little bit more time to articulate his point of view on this particular ordinance. I gave him my word on that, so I intend to keep it.
So, 5 minutes?
Mr. Peck, I tell you what, why don't you start with the 5, and if you need more, look over to me.
Okay.
Yeah, he's going to be in charge of this. So, go. 5 minutes you got.
Thank you. Again, my name is Bruce Peck. I'm a professional street performer. I do have a prepared statement, but that was because I was expecting 2 minutes or less. Since I have this much time, I'm going to try to ad-lib it and hope I don't go off on one of my famous tangents that Brad knows all about. In the past 2 days, I've met with Mr. Jerbick for a total of almost 4.5 hours. Our discussions have been extremely detailed and very spirited, and I thank him for his time. We are barely meeting eye to eye on 20%, unfortunately, of what we're discussing. He has his stance, I have my stance. We're having trouble meeting in the middle. Where I'm finding, and I should say in all fairness and full disclosure, I am also the Bruce Peck, as in Peck v. Boston, where I have already won my own First Amendment case against the city of Boston that was settled just about 5 years ago. So I am deeply familiar with these issues. That case lasted almost 4 years. I was not the attorney of record. However, I didn't represent myself in the case. However, I was intimately involved in every facet of that case, and I've easily put thousands of my own hours of research into busking laws and First Amendment cases. So, that being said, there are some key points that Brad sort of either glossed over today or failed to mention at all. It should also be said that in the talks I've had with Mr. Jerbick, I have actually presented an actual written format of how an ordinance could be written that fulfills what I believe are the law and the spirit of the law in regarding to this type of situation of what you see happening on Fremont Street. It's not just idle chatter, it's not just someone's opinion. I've actually put this in writing for Brad's benefit. And I think he mentioned earlier that he put it on the record today. So those papers that I submitted to him 2 days ago, I guess are now in the clerk's hands as well.
Just to clarify, Mr. Peck came to me with a list of, I think it was approximately 30 questions that he indicated we ought to be able to answer before we go forward with an ordinance like this. I put that in the record. The letter that you provided me today, I put it in the record. And let me state that I think I put everything in the record that you gave me, but if I hadn't, I reserve the right after the meeting, Your Honor, to supplement the record with any documents Mr. Peck provided me.
Thank you, Brad. I can only hope that it, provides some help along the way. So the nuts and bolts of it goes like this. In order for an ordinance to be lawful in this regard, it has to be absolutely the least restrictive thing that you can do as city council. It can't be sort of not restrictive. It has to be absolutely the least restrictive. Another way of putting it is the most permissive thing that you can do as regarding my rights as a performer on Fremont Street. This ordinance is a textbook case of what overreach is, not what underreach is. We are at this position right now. When you go out to Fremont Street, and I freely admit, if you go out to Fremont Street at 9 o'clock tonight, you're going to see clusters, unsightly, I will admit, unsightly clusters of performers. There's no one who's going to dispute that. Where the dispute comes in is how the clusters came to be, because they didn't exist 5 years ago when the 2011 ordinance was enacted. This is a more recent happening that's been happening only for about the last 2 years out there on Fremont Street. So if it wasn't happening 5 years ago, and it only started happening in the last 2 years or so, what are the facts on the ground exactly that have caused this unsightly clustering to begin happening? And I have an answer for this. This is not a rhetorical question. I do have a direct answer. And it is that back in 2011, when the ordinance was enacted, and I know that you guys went through months of debate, just like we are having right now for this new revised ordinance. And I know that in good faith you passed it because you went out there, you had Mr. Jerbick and other members of society that you trusted in powers of position and positions of power coming to you and giving testimony just like I am today, saying, we recognize that we can give them 20 feet, we can take away 20 feet here, we can take away 10 feet here, we can take away 200 foot for the stages, and they'll still have space left over for performing. There'll be ample place for performing, even if we enact these restrictions. But what's been happening, though, is that in the last few years, there are now at least 7 new outdoor eating and bar areas on Fremont Street, at least 7. There is a 3rd main stage that did not exist in 2011. There's an outdoor escalator, an entranceway, that did not exist in 2011. And there's a brand new retail, it's not like a store, like a storefront, the brand new retail storefront on the on the west end of the Golden Nugget. So there are many, many additions out there on Fremont Street of commercial nature that did not exist in 2011. However, every time this new thing gets added, the distance restrictions that are grandfathered in by the 2011 ordinance automatically take effect. So when they built a 3rd stage at the end over by Main Street, did anyone bother to consider that by adding that stage, it now has a 200-foot exclusion zone the moment they turn the lights on the stage. Now, before that stage was built, and it didn't exist in 2011 when the ordinance was passed. And so by building that stage, and by allowing them to turn the lights on and have a go-go dancer on it, now 200 feet of that street are out of limits that weren't out of limits when you passed the ordinance 2011. And that example is a knock-on effect. So what's been happening is the space that you thought that you granted us in 2011 by the ordinance is now 80% gone. 80% is no longer there that you voted into existence by creating the 2011 ordinance. Barely 20% of what used to be there is now there for us. Now when you go out to Fremont Street at 9 o'clock at night and you see the clustering of these performers, now you should understand why. Because we cannot stand where we used to be able to stand in 2011.
Right. No, I'm questioning because you're already almost at 8 minutes. And Mr. Jervik, is there more information that is new to?
With all sorry, to me it seems like 3.5 minutes.
I know, when you're having a good time, life goes by so quickly.
I know. And it's my only, I'll never get this chance ever again.
But this progress, keep in mind, everything we're doing down here, it's all about progress and bringing in more tourists.
But I'm trying to let you understand, because we all hear from everyone that, there's this problem. It's unsightly, there's the clustering. But no one has yet brought forward, this is the first time as far as I know that anyone's ever mentioned why the clustering exists and that it's actually not our fault. Because we didn't tell those bars and other establishments, we didn't grant them the business license, you did. But what you failed to do along the way is you failed to recognize that you were adding encroachments onto the 2011 busking ordinance that you then made no knock-on adjustments for that gave us an equal,
I think you made that clear.
An equal benefit of space and opportunity.
Okay. Any other points?
Yes. I'll make it quick. I'll go back to the least restrictive. Again, I submitted to Mr. Jervik that there is actually a way to do this that's least restrictive, and that is without the spaces at all.
Okay.
You cannot have the spaces.
I think others have mentioned that as well. Anything else? Not to curtail you, but really you've had more than anybody else. And Mr. Jervik, I'm looking at you. Is there an avenue for him to give you more information if there are new concepts, please?
Let me say, first of all, thank you, counsel, because like I say, Mr. Peck took time out of his time. You pay me to do this job. These folks came down on their own time, yes. And that deserves some respect and some attention. But I will say this. I found Mr. Peck's proposed busker ordinance revision. I'll file that with the clerk. And if Mr. Peck has any other documents or anything he wants to provide, I'll be glad to make them part of the record.
Thank you. And so if you'll make those available to the city council, I'd appreciate it. So we can see them, and we do appreciate it. And you certainly, because of your life and everything that you've had and the experiences, can be very, very helpful to the process. So we thank you for taking the time, and I think that is fine. Thank you, Mr. Peck.
Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say that I think you brought up some very good points, that some of which I had not been aware of before.
Hi.
Good morning. Michael Moore, President of the Buskers Union, for lack of a better name. I was invited to meetings, for the record, with Mr. Jervik, but I was given an hour and a half at one occasion, and another one he was sick at another one. So we haven't had a lot of time. I heard two things earlier today about the Constitution being spoken. That's what the heart of the problem is here. With all due respects, with your oaths to the Constitution, you don't have the authority to vote this in. It will find a challenge by more than one party. And the Constitution should be respected. Every night that I perform out there, I get to hear Lee Greenwood sing, he's proud to be an American because at least he's free. Well, he can afford representation. He can afford any kind of thing he wants. We don't have that freedom out there. We're underrepresented. We represent about 165 people out there, and where Mr. Jervik says a union issue won't work here, he doesn't know my full proposal to know better. We could manage about 85% of the people right now without violating any of the laws through self-regulation. And I have the support of those people out there, and we can get this done. But we haven't had a meeting where we can all sit down. All respects, Mr. Stevens is here. I'd love to have a meeting with Mr. Stevens and tell him some of the ideas to see if he would find them interesting. I think all the parties should be there. We keep having these little meetings over here and over there, but not all the players in one place. And I'd like to make myself available once again to do that because nobody's heard all the ideas. We haven't had the opportunity. And I know time's limited. I don't know if you're going to vote on this today or put this off, but I ask you to vote no on this ordinance and give us more time.
Thank you very much for coming back. We appreciate it. Okay, if there's no one else, I'm going to close the public hearing part and give it back to you, Mr. Jerbick.
If you could, Your Honor, with respect to the public hearing, there are just two more people that wanted to speak on behalf of the other side of this ordinance. Todd Bice, who's the attorney for the Fremont Street Experience and the NRA, is sitting in the audience behind me. And I also want to acknowledge Todd Story and Amy Rose with the ACLU of Nevada and invite any of them to come on up if they have any comments they want to make at this time.
I missed the
And
whole
then I'll
last
close it.
part because you weren't speaking into the microphone. What was the last part of your comments because your head turned backwards?
Oh, I'm sorry. Todd Story and Amy Rose with the ACLU of Nevada are here, and I
Okay.
would invite them, only if they want to, make any comments, to come to the podium as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Todd Bice, I'm legal counsel for the Fremont Street Experience. I'd like to thank, obviously, your staff, and we've met with the ACLU a couple of different occasions to work out the provisions of this ordinance. It's been a work in progress, as the mayor says. I think it's going to continue to be a work in progress as we go forward. It will undoubtedly take some fine-tuning, as almost all laws do. It's going to take some effort on enforcement, as all laws do. But I think this is a step in the right direction to make it work, which is why I think you're seeing, I appreciate all the comments by the buskers, I really do, and I recognize them. And I think you can gather, everyone recognizes that something needs to be done. The only debate is that people want to debate, well, how exactly should it work and what's the best way to do it? So once we've all sort of acknowledged that the problem exists, I think this ordinance is a step in the right direction in terms of solving it. Is it going to be the end-all, be-all? No, they never are. But I think it's a step in the right direction that's going to allow law enforcement the tools they need to bring some order to it. And at the same time, this was one of the things we were being told, when I say we, the Fremont Street Experience, was being told by the buskers. That they were also being harassed by others and driven out of some of the prime locations. So the reason behind creating these zones is so that people have the right, and they will have the ability to show a card that they have the right to be in that spot, and they can't be muscled out of there by someone else or some other group of people who try to intimidate them into leaving that particular area. And that's what this is designed to do. It's designed to accommodate as best as we can everyone's interests, respecting their rights, but preserving their rights to be there and make sure that this will work, and at the same time create an environment that is conducive to why the mall was built in the first place. And that's all laid out in detail in the statements of Mr. Victor, Mr. Stevens, John Fiato, who is the Director of Security at the D, and Robert Gallego, who is the Director of Security for the Fremont Street Experience. And Brad, I believe, put those are the signed versions of the statements. I just want those to be in the record so that you all understand exactly why this proposal was crafted this way. And there are many compromises in it that we have made in conjunction with the ACLU and other peoples, including some of the buskers, to try and make something that works. And so we thank you for that. I'll answer any questions that you have, but I don't need to belabor our points.
Thank you very much,
You're all
and
very
thank you for
familiar.
being part of it. I mean, we know you have to crawl before you walk, you have to walk before you run. So
Yes.
we're at the crawling stages, but we'll get there, and appreciate all your help and input to making this happen and get started with something that's been long necessary. Thank you,
Madam
Mr.
Mayor,
Bice.
Council members.
Okay, Mr. Jerbick, and who's coming next?
This is Amy Rose. She is General Counsel for the ACLU of Nevada.
Hi, my name is Amy Rose. I'm the legal director at the ACLU of Nevada. I'll make it very short. I just want to say thank you to Mr. Jerbick and to Todd Bice and to Fremont Street Experience and everyone else, the buskers and the people who participated in this process, to hear our voice and to take very seriously our concerns about protecting people's civil rights and civil liberties, and importantly, their First Amendment rights. And we will continue to keep an eye on the ordinance as it goes into effect and make sure it's being applied properly. And that's really all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, before I
Madam
Thank
Mayor,
you very much.
If I could just say, and you worked along with Mr. Jervik, I mean, you've gone over this, and to see that we are doing what we intend to do for protection and not impinging upon rights.
Yes, we certainly have gone back and forth and relayed our concerns, and the amendment that was given this morning, I think, addresses everything that we were concerned about, and like I said, we'll just continue to make sure that as applied, it's constitutional, and, I think everyone worked really hard to make sure everyone's rights are protected.
And then we would be reevaluating in about 3 months, I guess.
Well, once it's in place, I think Mr. Jervik said 2 months, and so we're just, this is going to go on. This is not just one day and it's done. It's not going to be like that. So stay with us. Lucky you're young. You'll be here for a long time.
Thank you.
And thank Mr. Story, too. Okay, and?
We have one last speaker of the Las Vegas Metro.
Okay, because I've just been advised technology only works in this city, at this place, in this room, for 4 hours, and we're pushing that envelope. It's wonderful that us human beings go beyond 4-hour blocks, Mr. Riegelman. Okay, please state your name for the record, and thank you for coming.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, Justin Harrison with the Las Vegas Metro Chamber of Commerce. I promise I'll be brief and won't belabor any of the points that have already been made. The Metro Chamber was initially supportive when they saw the first ordinance. First of all, I'd like to thank Councilman Coffin and Councilman Barlow, as well as Attorney Jervik, for all the work they've done. We appreciate them bringing this ordinance forward. The consensus from our members that we have spoken to is that there is a need for change on Fremont Street, that in the entertainment corridor, there's need for changes. We appreciate those that have been put forward. We have not had time to address the proposed changes that have come today, but we understand that this is an ongoing process. There's not going to be a one-time fix for this, but we do support the need for, or support the changes and the initial proposal that was given. So happy to answer any questions.
So good you're young, too. You'll be around for a while. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could just wrap it up real quick for you. Let me first of all go over the changes real quick. I have handed out to you. By the way, I would have handed it out sooner, but this literally came hot off the press as I came to the podium today. So in front of you is a document that is titled Bill Number 2015-69, Proposed First Amendment 9/16/15 version. That's the version we'll be working off of. Let me turn to page 14. The first change that you see there is on the decibel levels. The previous version had decibel levels at different times at 75 and 85. The current version, starting on line 11, is 85 decibels, period. Again, that's going to be something that we're going to look at, and if it turns out that that is a number that needs to be adjusted up or down, we'll bring it back. Let me now turn to page 16. Page 16 of the previous ordinance, subsection E, dealt with registration. Let me go specifically to line 23. It used to say registration let me back up. Registration previously required a photo ID or government ID, or it required a declaration with a photograph. The new language says registration may be anonymous and requires a description of intended use, which shall include completely distinct characters to be performed. The business licensing division or its designee may deny registration only in the case of failure to provide a description of the intended use. A performer is not entitled to more than one registration, regardless of the number of characters or acts performed. And then finally, throughout the document, its various places that it occurs, we took out the reservation system and went with lottery. So I would like permission, if we missed one or two
Mayor.
of those search and replaces where we
Mayor,
put
if I
in
can.
lottery, to make that correction after
Mr.
the vote,
Jervik?
but that's the only intention.
Can you hang on one second? This is important to get on the record. Mr. Riggleman, through the mayor, of course, are we getting all this on the record?
Absolutely, Councilman. We just want to make a precaution as we get to the 4-hour mark. It's just nice for us to be able to take a very short break, a
Just as
couple long
as
of
his
minutes. Yeah,
comments are
everything's
being on
fine
the-
at this point, right?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
And this is always wrapped. And finally, the last thing is a new section 14 that provides the effective date of November 1st of 2015. Having said that, there are just a couple of small things to mention. One, when we talked about the lottery and who runs it, the way the ordinance is currently written, it says City of Las Vegas Business Licensing or Fremont Street. We're going to work that out between the two of us, but we want the flexibility to be able to delegate that system, but control that system, so that we know that any lottery system that's in place is fair and equitable and results in a random distribution of individuals who wish to have pre-reserved performance spaces. With respect to the comments by Brandon, he remarked that Mr. Flowers, another performer on the street, had identified 45 zones, more than the 38. We're guaranteeing a minimum of 38. I can tell you right now on the record, and Fremont Street will stand right here with me. If there's a way to get more out there, given the restrictions, they will and we will. It's not an effort to restrict it. So if there's a possibility that 45 could exist, then 45 will exist. But again, there all
I
depends
think
on the
I
math.
did address that comment that you had said that would be a minimum. You changed and emphasized the minimum out there.
Correct.
Of 38.
And finally, what I'd like to do is have the maps that are to my right, they will be reduced to electronic form provided to me by Fremont Street Experience. They represent the pedestrian mall as it exists today. I need those incorporated in the record and attached to the bill if the bill passes today. And with that, once again, I want to thank everybody who assisted in making this possible, and I'll submit myself to any questions you may have.
Any questions from council here? I'm going to then.
I just want to say,
Okay.
Mr. Jervik, would you please just state your answer to my question when you were up here? Remember, when I asked you, do we have ordinances in effect now, as one of the speakers said, that could handle it? It's just a matter of more policing of that.
It's a good
And I asked, and I thought it was a good comment, and I wanted to understand it better. And would you give your answer? Because it helped me.
The councilwoman asked me a moment ago whether or not we had laws that deal with busker on busker crime or busker on tourist crime or tourist on busker crime or the like. And the answer is obviously yes. You can arrest somebody for assault. You can arrest them for battery. The only reason to do an ordinance like this is because once the harm is done, the harm is done. You may be able to arrest somebody for committing the crime. The question is, do you want to create an environment where the crime doesn't get committed in the first place? And that's the reason to consider an ordinance like this. If the crime is committed, before you know it, you've got people that don't come back to downtown if they're the victim of it. You've got buskers who might not come back to downtown because they're the victim of it. You've heard several performers here today tell you that they were been victims of that kind of assault before. That's the reason for doing it, is to create an environment so you don't have to deal with it on the assault end, you deal with it on the programming end.
And also, you mentioned that we were looking into D&E coming in and augmenting the monitoring and everything else.
That's next.
Right, oh, okay. And you wanted, please.
Yeah, I don't have any questions for you, Mr. Jervik, and I appreciate your presentation. I do want to comment, Mr. Bice, you can just nod your head if you will. I'm assuming because of the comments you put on the record that wonderful group of people you're surrounding yourself with today is all right with moving this forward as seen in the amendments. Mayor, if you could actually come up to the...
Okay, but keep in
Sorry.
mind, we have 4 minutes and then everything's off record,
Sorry,
which
Mr.
you
Bice.
asked about.
You're sprinting.
Yes, Todd Bice on behalf of Fremont Street Experience. Yes, Councilman Ross, we had some questions about the lottery change that was proposed today, but as Mr. Jervik says, we have about 5 weeks to work out some of that. That was our concern this morning, but we've got 5 weeks to work that out in the interim before it's implemented, so we would like to proceed.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Bice.
Thank
And
you.
I ask you that because our downtown partners are so important to us as we continue to revitalize downtown and move forward with this. So just thank you, all of you that participated in this process.
Okay, any other questions, comments from council to Mr. Jervik or anything? Councilman Coffin, go.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will be making a motion, but I didn't want to step on anybody else
No,
before. I
we're
will make
good.
comments on my motion.
We're down now to 1.5 minutes left before Mr. Riggleman turns us off. So please.
Don't interrupt me, Brad. Excuse me, David. I now move for approval of item 62 as amended, and clearly, the amendments clearly explained by our legal counsel and in recognition of the testimony that's been given. That's the motion. I'm going to have comments on that now, if you may. The comments would be that I've been here since 1951, 9 years old. I was on Fremont Street all that time, up through the years, even paraded on Fremont Street as a kid. So, you know, I've seen things change as a teenager driving along Fremont Street. You know, it's just that's what we did as youth before most of you here in this audience came to this town.
I'm reserving you a circle on Fremont Street.
And then, Your Honor, and I'll be finished soon, unless you want me to continue too slow every time you interrupt. My God.
Hurry up, because look, it's clicking.
No, this is a First Amendment now.
Okay. Oh,
And so consequently, I really feel that although there have been pleas to delay, relayed to me by others, delay. Let's wait another couple of weeks and we'll weigh this. If I had waited in 1995, when I voted for the creation of the Fremont Street Experience in the Senate, we probably would never have a Fremont Street Experience. And one could say, if your crystal ball had been that darn good, then you could have foreseen all these problems downtown. And so we won't create it. But the fact is, you've got to move forward. You have to move forward in 1995, and you have to move forward today. So that's why I am pushing for the adoption, and have been pushing for the adoption of an ordinance like this for 2 years. But it's gotten better and better and better. And now when we approve this, I'm going to ask the council for approval. When that happens, then I believe we will have a good product. And as the mayor has been fond of saying, it's a work in progress. So I think, having said that, you've watched sausage in the making, those of you who are new to this business, and you understand that it continues. And it's being done in public. It's not being done in smoke-filled rooms. That is the end of my comments.
Did you make the motion?
I made the motion.
We lost it. Okay. There is a motion.
The motion is to approve proposed First Amendment 9/1615 version of Bill number 2015-69.
Please vote and please post. Did we make it under the wire? Motion passes. We're fine. Okay. We are going to take a 5-minute pause for not humanity, but for the technology. So you can flip over and redo us. So 5-minute recess, please, and I'm going to hold everybody to that. And thank you all for coming down, and keep in mind, we're working on this together. Thank you. And thank you, Fremont Street Experience. And space number 1 belongs to Councilman Bob Coffin.
And for the first time, back in the day, when we fought for them to go through and say we endorse it as constitutional. Got him there. I said, keep talking. Yeah, I said, keep talking. He's talking to cluster. Oh, I know. I did. I was ready today. Absolutely ready. I'll give you a call.
We're just waiting for one more council person, and we'll be back from the recess. And we're ready to go. Okay. 1, 2, 3. All right, we're ready to roll. Okay, so we're on to agenda item 63. That's bill number 2015-74. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. Councilman number 2015-74, an ordinance to update code provisions pertaining to the authority and jurisdiction of city marshals and provide for other related matters.
And
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion to approve on agenda item 63. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 64, recommending committee. Bill eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items 64 through 67, bills 2015-71 through 2015-73 and 2015-75 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. New bills. Items 68 through 72, bills number 2015 through 76 through 2015-80 will be heard at recommending on Monday, October 5th, 2015. And City Attorney, would you read the new bills, please?
I'll be happy to honor Bill number 2015-76, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, prescribe the line to be annexed, to make sense of the laws, obligations, benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2015-77, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, prescribe the line to be annexed, to make sense of the laws, obligations, benefits of the city, and provide for other related matters. Bill number 2015-78, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, prescribe the line to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and provide for other related matters. Bill 2015-79, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, to prescribe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and provide for related matters. And finally, Bill number 2015-80, in order to amend the city's alcoholic beverage regulations to repeal provisions pertaining to advertising at certain types of establishments located adjacent to or upon a pedestrian mall, and provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. This morning's session of this, the new bills 2015-76 through 2015-80 are assigned to council members Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. Thank you very much. The morning session, the city council meeting is now in recess. We're going into a short closed-door session to discuss potential litigation. We will start after the afternoon session at 1:15. Where's our city manager?
Waiting for us.
How long? Okay. I've got 3 minutes after. We'll say 1:15. We can be back? 1:15. Okay, so we're in recess to 1:15.
Sheldon would say it's loading, Janet.
Loading. Okay, here we go. Okay, no, we're still loading?
Still buffering.
Go, okay. We are now reconvened for our afternoon session. Apologies again for those of you who are annoyed to be kept waiting, which I would be. Agenda item 43 for possible action. Any items that the council staff at 73?
Yeah, agenda item 73.
Right. 73. Any items that the council staff and or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward, acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Mayor. Councilman Barlow has requested that agenda items 83 and 84 be obeyed to the October 21st meeting. 83 would be SDR 59930, applicant Hamad Pahahi, owner, 4631 WSM LLC, 390 North Rancho Drive. Agenda item 84 is ROC 58617, applicant Enterprise Rent-A-Car, owner, 4631 WSM LLC, 3900 North Rancho Drive. The applicant has requested that agenda items 95 and 96 be obeyed to the October 21st meeting. That is VAR 59486 and SUP 59487. Applicant owner 1701 East Okie LLC, 1701 East Okie Boulevard. Councilman Barlow has requested that agenda items 99 and 100 be obeyed to the October 21st meeting. That would be SUP 59938 and SDR 59939. Applicant owner West Care Foundation Incorporated, property on the southwest corner of Duncan Drive and Bradley Road, and that is my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Yes.
Since those are public items, did you want to see if anyone in the audience was here for those items?
Anyone here on those particular items? Yes. Did you want to come up and make some comments at this point? I can't see who you are because I have reading glasses on distance.
No, you're good? Okay, they're good.
Okay, I'm glad you have your glasses. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Okay, and did we post? No, we need more people voting. Councilman Coffin and Councilman Bierce. Now post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda items 74 through 84 are one motion, one vote items. However, I understand, Councilwoman, that you'd like 82 pulled off this portion of the agenda?
Let me just make a check, Mayor, please.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
I would like it pulled into the regular part of the planning.
Okay, so what we'll do is I'll go ahead and read 74 through, hold on one second, 81, and then we'll go into 82. Okay, item 74 through 81 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the applications recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Is there anyone out in the public that wishes any of these removed? Okay, because it did mention that. Anyone from council beyond the one from Councilwoman Tarkanian on 82? Okay, let me read them then. 74 RQR 57987, applicant owner Sun Investments LLC, and a request for required review of an approved variance fee 0066-97 that allowed an existing 50-foot tall non-conforming off-premise sign to be raised to a height of 85 feet, which is 60 feet above the freeway grade, where 30 feet above the elevated grade is the maximum height allowed, and that allowed the sign to be a distance of 520 feet from an existing off-premise sign, 30 feet from an R-designated zoning district, where 750 feet and 300 feet are the minimum separation distance required at 616 H Street, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, with Councilman Barlow. Number 75, RQR 58974, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, owner WMC Pavilions LLC et al., and a request for required review of an approved rezoning Z010097 for 5 existing off-premise signs on property bounded by US 95, I-15, and Grand Central Parkway, PD. Planned development zone, also in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. Agenda item 76, RQR 58977, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner GES Family LP, on a request for required review of an approved special use permit U-0065-92 for an existing 55-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign on the west side of Orrin K. Gregson Highway, US 95, south of Vegas Drive, C1 Limited Commercial Zone in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Number 77, RQR 58978, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner ZJ&R Properties, and a request for required review of an approved special use permit U0043-94 for an existing 55-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 3920 West Charleston Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, also with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Number 78, RQR 58982, applicant owner Precedent Properties LLC et al., on a request for required review of an approved special use permit U0080-96 for 2 existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise signs adjacent to the east side of Rancho Drive, south of Coran Lane, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Number 79, EOT 60638, applicant 5th Street Gaming LLC, owner 899 Fremont LLC, and a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming gaming establishment non-restricted at 899 Fremont Street, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, with Councilman Coffin. Number 80, EOT 60639, applicant 5th Street Gaming, LLC, owner 899 Fremont LLC, a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming liquor establishment tavern use at 899 Fremont, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. And agenda item 82, SUP 59, pardon? 81. Right, 81, I'm sorry. 81 SUP 59941, applicant LaFoe, owner DK Jewel LLC, and a request for a special use permit for a 2,557 square foot tavern limited establishment use with 240 square feet of outdoor seating area at 353 East Bonneville, Suite 115, C-2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, with Councilman Coffin. Items 74 through 80 are recommended for approval by staff. Item 81 is recommended for approval by the Planning Commission and staff. All items are public hearings, which I declare open. Anyone wishing to be heard on any of these items, which I already asked when I opened? Okay, hearing none. Close the public hearings. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a motion to approve 74 through 81?
That is my motion, Mayor.
Thank you. If there's a motion, please vote, and please post. Those motions carry, and we're on to agenda item 82, SDR 59931. This is a public hearing. Applicant owner Sahara Rancho Office Center for possible action or request for a site development plan for 2 proposed commercial buildings totaling 18,611 square feet on 12.61 acres at the northeast corner of Rancho and Sahara. Oh, good. C-1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. And is the applicant present or representative?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to introduce yourselves?
Teresa Wolf, 5765 South Rainbow, Suite 101, 89118. Be here on behalf of the applicant representing the civil engineer.
Okay.
AJ Plank, Intuit Architecture, on behalf of the applicant, Sahara Rancho Corporate Center.
Wonderful.
Robert Potter, Affordable Concepts, on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Perigo, here we go.
Thank you, Your Honor. The project as proposed is proposed to be developed to meet all Title 19 code standards. Scope and scale of the buildings are compatible with the area, and for these reasons, staff is recommending approval, as did Planning Commission.
Thank you. What about the buildings that are currently there at Rancho on the northeast side of Sahara? Are these in place thereof, or are these redoing them? Or?
These are existing pads in that same commercial subdivision, I guess it is, and those buildings are there. They'll stay there. These are new buildings at that corner.
Thank you very much. Good. I did close public hearing, so any comment from council, questions?
You have someone on the opposite side that wants to.
You need to open the public hearing.
Yes. Public hearing, I think I read that right up front, that is open. Anybody wishing to be heard, come forward, please. And be sure, too, to say your name, if you would, please.
Hi, I'm Shelley Walters. My address is 2112 Kirkland Avenue. I live in Glen Heather Estates, which backs to this project. I am the president of the Neighborhood Association of Glen Heather Estates. And we just recently heard about this. I actually didn't even get a postcard notice, which was surprising to me. I heard about this on Friday. And so some of the neighbors, through our Facebook page, through our email list, through our phone contacts, this and that, they started expressing some concerns about this. Everybody's really happy about the Chick-fil-A. But they're expressing concerns about the traffic, like we have in the past 20 years for this same area. I believe it was in 2004 when we were here as a neighborhood. And had you all, I don't think any of you were here then, but had that rezoned to like a 2-story type zoning there. So that was good for us. The project looks good for us. The retail is confusing for most of the neighbors because there's so much empty retail on Sahara in that area right now. Main concern is the traffic. I've heard from several neighbors. I mean, our neighborhood is now, since Project Neon took 18 homes out of our neighborhood, it's about 182 homes right now, and I heard from about 40 different neighbors their concerns about the traffic. It's very hard for us right now, if we wanted to turn left out of our neighborhood to get onto Sahara, with, I believe, and I reviewed all the material, I believe the traffic study says something like 2,600 something more trips a day on Rancho, just to the Chick-fil-A. I believe that's what the traffic study says. So, yeah, okay, 2,000 more people coming in there. Maybe 1,000 of them get lucky and get to turn left on Rancho, but maybe 1,000 of them don't. And cut-through traffic is already really bad in our neighborhood. 10 years ago when we were here, same thing was happening. So out of those 1,000 people that do get to go right onto Rancho, maybe they make illegal U-turns, maybe they cut through the neighborhood, maybe who knows what they do. And with Project Neon starting, with the construction that's going to be in there for the next 5 years, how is that traffic going to be mitigated with this traffic? You know, and we've heard talk about, I know I'm probably going on too long, but we've heard talk about a traffic light going in there, which we also heard talk about this 11 years ago as well. A traffic light at Sahara and a traffic light before you get to Oki. Yeah.
Mr. Perigo, perhaps you can respond to some of this. And I know we live just north of you in that complex, and there is no right turn, there is no exit. On the south, there's no longer any exit on the west side coming out of the Scotch 80s.
Right.
The only way you can go is north.
Right.
And so it's possible, as town continues to develop, that these things will happen. But perhaps you can respond to some of the traffic issues that were studied and whatever.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I just wanted to mention that it did get noticed to a 1,000-foot radius, 272 people, and 29 neighborhood associations were notified, and we've got the list of people who received it, so we can double-check to make sure we've got your right address. As regards the traffic, they will be required to submit a traffic study, and any impacts as a result of this project will need to be mitigated. Any more information, I would turn it over to Mr. Anderson.
Hi, this is Bart Anderson, Public Works. Public Works is certainly sensitive to the impact of traffic in this particular area. This is a sensitive intersection. I'm sure anybody who's driven it knows that at the peak hour it gets very busy. The applicant is in fact required to do a traffic impact analysis and to identify any problems that would be associated with their introducing the amount of traffic that they would be introducing. There are a number of possible solutions that could be to address this if the problem does come up. We acknowledge that diverting traffic to the north is not the best solution, and so if in fact the traffic study identifies a traffic signal at this location and it meets warrants, then that would be an acceptable solution, although that traffic signal would be solely the responsibility of the development. It's not in a typical place that the city funds those. It would be entirely at the applicant's expense. But that could be possible. The distance is suboptimal, but it is not unheard of, and if it improves the situation, we're certainly open to that. There may be other ways of doing so. I'd like to point out that one of the things that interfered with possible signalization 10 years ago when this first site developed was the inability to provide a right turn lane from southbound Rancho onto westbound Sahara. That project is now being looked at by the Department of Public Works as a possible capital improvement project to provide that. If that is doable, then that will, and we believe it is, that will greatly increase the ability for this traffic handling at this location. And I think the neighbors will see a big improvement with that. And with that, that signalization could be all that's necessary. The traffic impact analysis will identify those, and the applicant will be required to do any mitigation necessary.
And two, I might add, as Project Neon continues and the unspaghettiing of the spaghetti bowl, and having driven that now for 40 years, watching the traffic, as there are complications on the 95, such as yesterday, the traffic coming south on Rancho would almost preclude your coming out, making a left-hand turn and surviving an impact of somebody going north, because it's just solid. At the end of the day, it's solid the other way, and we back all the way up from Charleston, solid traffic all the way to Sahara.
Right, and all of that is true, and we're really looking forward to all of that. However, in the meantime, you know, in the 5 years...
That's good news to hear, that there's something perhaps in the works.
Right, and just to respond to his comments, we have a sort of a right-hand turn lane on Rancho onto Sahara. You know, there's a little arrow.
Oh.
You know?
Yes.
Yes. And you can go straight, or you can get on the 15, or you can turn right. There's an arrow there. It's still difficult, no matter what, to make a left-hand turn to get into that right-hand turn lane. And I don't know that any new right-hand turn lane is going to make any big changes as far as making a left-hand turn out of the neighborhood. And maybe if you all could see the neighborhood, do we have a map of that, where I'm talking about, or where we...
Do you have a map of that? I don't have one with me here. But would it help if you had a light at your street into Glen Heather that would help you get into that far lane? And also, see, this is the problem.
Yeah,
the problem is
so close.
that as far as I've checked and the information I've been given, we had a gas station on that corner.
Yes.
And some other
Which was
stuff
nice.
we had in there too that's no longer there.
Right.
And from what I've been told, this filet, what is it again?
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A, whatever, I'm not familiar with the group, I'm sorry. But the Chick-fil-A, everybody else seems to be knowledgeable about it, however, and they love it, so I just want to tell you that. But would not have more traffic than the gas station had, is that correct? That's what we discussed yesterday.
That is my understanding of that. Mr. Anderson confirmed that.
Right, from what I read was that a gas station and convenience store would have more traffic.
Yes, and
From,
the gas station that was there did have a little convenience store with it.
Yes, yes.
So that
It was
had
quite
more
small.
traffic at that time.
Right.
From there, it's been removed. This would take its place, and it wouldn't have as much traffic.
But that was about 15 years ago.
Yeah, that's true. But you can't affect everything that's building on what happened in the meantime, because Rancho's getting more crowded. I will also say, I don't know where your cut-through traffic's coming from, because as someone who goes down there, I would not cut through Glen Heather.
I know.
I know, I don't know why.
Well,
But there might be some way we could mitigate that, too.
Most of it is, and we've tried in the past, but most of it is all the businesses on industrial. You know, there's a lot of businesses on industrial. There's a lot of service trucks. They skate through the neighborhood to try to avoid the light. And then between 4 and 6, people that are coming up Rancho to get to wherever they're going are cutting through to get to Oki and vice versa.
It has to be people who live in the area who would continue to do it, because you have to know that before you know to cut through there. It's not a really straight route going to cut through.
Right. Well, we worked with OC White previously. We got stop signs put in the neighborhood. which not a lot of people stop at. We have not a through street signs put. When we have construction, the cut-through traffic gets worse. We work with Public Works to get barriers put up, not a through street, this and that. It's been an ongoing issue.
And I will tell you
for
what you're
us.
saying about the construction, because we've had a lot of construction around there.
Yes.
And we continue to give bids to construction companies who do not follow what they're supposed to follow. And they do cut through these rather small areas and cause a lot of problems. But they'll still do that, whatever we do at this corner.
And we have in the past, Lois, thought about getting speed humps in the neighborhood, because they did do a traffic study in our neighborhood, and the average speeds were 40, 45 miles an hour.
Well, Glen Heather to Birch to Oak, you still cut through.
Yeah.
Know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but because you live there,
Yeah,
you know
Glen
that.
Heather to Birch, and then through Bryn Mawr, yeah. Yeah.
Councilman has a comment?
I would just add that my predecessor in the Ward 2 Council office got speed bumps put in on my street.
Yes.
And they're wonderful.
Yeah, and
They're great.
And we tried to do that with the neighborhood. However, there was, you have to have the general consensus of the neighborhood. This has probably changed now as some new families have moved in and have young children, and more people would probably want them, you know, but we didn't want to start a war in the neighborhood between the people who didn't want them and the people who wanted them.
My adult children, all under 30, are much less impressed than I am, but I'm very impressed with them.
Yeah.
Now, which are the ones that are tearing out? The humps, right? The bumps we still can have?
I think humps are
Bumps we
those.
can have. Bumps we can't?
It's confusing, a minor humps, but it's confusing because the only stencil we had to lay down on the road right before them is bumps. So the sign says humps, the stencil on the ground says bumps. I'm told that in some future iteration of street painting, we will be converting to humps on the ground, as
Okay.
well as humps on the warning sign.
My concern is that, from what I've been reading, they're doing away with the taller of the two. Is that humps or bumps? Which is
Bumps.
the
Those
bumps?
bumps.
The
Those are
bumps.
much more abrupt.
Okay, so the humps would be better. You know, I really feel this is a good project here. I think it'll help with some of the vagrancy in that area too, because they'll have some security and people around there. However, and it's not your fault, but you did not meet with the residents. The applicant did not meet with the residents to go over this and get some of their thoughts. Plus, I didn't hear from you either, so it's hard for me to have all the information that I might need. I would like, how long would it take to do a traffic study? I don't understand why we do traffic studies after we approve something. I've never understood that.
The length of time that a traffic study takes is really dependent upon the civil engineer. In this case, I believe they already have a study submitted, and we are currently reviewing it. We just have not yet finished the review, but it wouldn't be very much longer.
Well, then I'm going to ask for an abeyance of 2 weeks on this issue. And would you please perhaps try and get together with this community, just get their thoughts? And because you're saying that they would be responsible for a traffic light, right?
Ma'am, yes, if a traffic signal is warranted and desirable at this location, then they would be responsible for constructing it, yes.
So there might be some things for which they would be responsible after the traffic study, and I don't know what they might be, but there might be something and that we should get their approval on before we go forward with this. That's what I feel. I will tell you, I'm for this project, but I also know the sensitivity of that area, Sahara and Rancho. And I'd like to talk with Bart Moore about how soon or how sure they are that they might do something additionally to help that traffic. That's a very rough area. I travel it. I'm sure the mayor does a lot.
Every day I'm there, and I would agree with Councilman Beers, the humps. We have the same exact issue going down Waldman, cutting through on Shadow, and they've all been humped and put in place, and they have cut all that cut-through traffic that's trying to get into the heart of town.
Yeah.
That makes a difference, but you need to collect your neighborhood to see.
Yes.
And the only thing I would say in reference to a traffic light, it'll be a nightmare. There's so many traffic lights now. Oh, you've got Oki, you've got Sahara. You'll have all the
That's
traffic
right.
coming off. I mean, a nightmare.
And if that traffic light is privately controlled, built, whatever the responsibility is for the developers, is it controlled by the developers? What about the timing of the light? I mean...
He can answer you.
Yeah.
Mayor, through you, no, the traffic signal would be a city traffic signal. It just, the cost of building it would come from the applicant, but once it was built, it would be ours and controlled by
Oh, okay.
the city and the county. They are.
And how about the humps?
Let me ask
If there
just
were a
one
request
question.
for humps in Glen Heather, would that be at the cost of the city? Yes?
The humps would probably not be part of this traffic study because it's outside the bounds of this traffic study.
But when we put humps in, the city approves them, we pay for them.
I believe that we have in many cases, and in other cases when it's been petitioned by a neighborhood, that neighborhood has had to fund them. So it kind of depends. I don't want to give an absolute answer, but yes, we have funded some, and others, the neighborhoods have funded some.
And knowing how people don't like to separate with their pennies.
Yes.
I would certainly pursue the humps, find out on this particular neighborhood, would the city pay? I mean, we wanted to enclose. There were so many things we wanted to do in the Scotch 80s. We couldn't get anybody to agree to put up the money except
Right.
a very few. So those things died, but the city must have put in the humps in our down the major cut across streets.
And that's
We did.
kind of the same thing in Glen Heather. We just couldn't come to an agreement of which thing we wanted
Free is always
to help
better.
the traffic. Yeah, free's
Right.
better. We suggested gating off Glen Heather and Bryn Mawr on Rancho. So the neighborhood would be partially gated, so nobody could drive through it any longer. There was some opposition to that too, but
Okay, so
it's
that's a
been many
neighborhood.
years. I mean, this was
Right.
right around the time the other
You need to get
project
your
was
people, in my
proposed.
estimation, you need to get your people together, find out
Yes.
where they are. And does this delay, if you're obeying, if Councilwoman who is thinking of obeying, what does it do to your project? Were you ready to break ground? Was Chick-fil-A ready to start selling their little chicken sandwiches immediately? What's the story?
We're ready to, once we get this approved, finish our construction documents and go to construction. Yes, ma'am.
And so time
So we can
does
live
make
with
a
the
difference.
2-week abeyance. We'll have our traffic study approved by then and come
And could you
forward.
repeat your name? You said
Robert Potter, Affordable
Robert
Concepts. I'm the general contractor for this project, Design Build. So we would like to, we'll accept a 2-week abeyance, and by then our traffic study will be approved as submitted, hopefully. And then we'll come back, and in the meantime, maybe they can have their discussion with their group and come to the table with what they think they need to have done, and we'll bring forward what we think we need to have done. Is that acceptable?
Councilwoman.
I don't know. I want to ask one question before I answer that. If I'm on Sahara and I turn off to get Chick-fil-A, but I want to get back on Sahara to get home, how would I go on Rancho? I certainly can't go back to Sahara. I mean, I couldn't cross there because there's almost always traffic in that immediate area. You're backed up almost always.
Well, the answer is, in order to get back to Sahara, the most immediate way would be to make a left out of the driveway back to Sahara. And while it is, during the peak hour, very difficult to do that, and much of the rest of the day, it is possible to do.
I got to tell you, it's possible, but it's not probable.
It's not easy, I'll grant you that.
I go through there all times of day. We have that academy that's right across, and there's not a day that, unless the light's green, that I can get across, so.
Yeah, no, it's killing.
But that would be the only way to get back to Sahara without going all the way north.
Well, I think we have to look at that issue a tiny bit too, and see how we might be able to work that out. And what was it you wanted to say? I'm sorry.
Just asking if the developer could have a meeting with the neighborhood, plan a meeting to
Can you
meet
do
with
that in
us?
the 2 weeks? He'd have to tell you, and you tell the neighbors,
Yes.
and have them come. And do you have a home? Can they meet in your home and just have a informal meeting, coffee?
Oh, yeah,
Talk?
I mean, we can have a place where the neighbors can meet, if you're willing to do that with us. I think meeting with us and sharing the plans and everything with us is more beneficial to this project and everybody else than
Well,
not.
and it gives you a chance, and I'd like to come to that meeting also. It gives me an opportunity to see how we may figure out some of the problems. And I think that's sort of important to do because their project meets all the requirements.
Yes.
And they're two-story. They're what you want.
Yes.
They're everything you got, what you want there.
Yes.
So we've got that tiny little traffic thing,
Yeah.
and I just don't want to see any more accidents at Sahara and Rancho or any more, stalls in traffic. So maybe somebody can tell me when that traffic study will be done and we could meet. It would be October 7th that we would meet. Can we get that traffic study by then?
I believe so. I'll verify it with the traffic section that's reviewing it, but I believe it can be done by then.
Okay.
Actually,
Excuse me.
The traffic study has been reviewed by Rick Schroeder, I believe, but he's on vacation this week. So next week, he's going to finalize it, is my understanding. So we should have an approval with comments or conditions by next week.
Will you make sure we get all copies of that then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I took your spot and I said just a minute, and it hasn't been a minute. So I'm sorry, Bob.
I just wanted to caution that you want the development to happen. What we have to be careful of is if we begin to focus just on this particular part of that acreage over there as being the thing that causes an expensive add-on, for example, like a stoplight or any expensive street furniture or calming devices, that they aren't the only ones at that intersection that are causing traffic. So they may be a tipping point, but then the question becomes, is it fair to put it all on the last person on board the boat? So, there's other businesses there that probably could, but they are contributing to the congestion, and the question would be, shouldn't they be required to pay for it too? So I think we've got to take into account the cost and whether or not it prohibits the project from happening.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I do believe there's not going to be many people going to Chick-fil-A. If I live way out on Sahara, I'm not going to know about your, Glen Heather shortcut. I think the traffic you have is from other causes mainly. I don't think this will add more, but these are all the things we have to look at in order to ensure we don't have a problem there.
Right.
It's probably one of the most sensitive intersections that we have. So I move to obey until the October 7th meeting. And you said it was all right with you.
I don't think I really have a choice.
Well,
Unless I'm confused.
well, you'd be surprised sometimes. But anyway, that's my motion.
Okay, there's a motion to obey this item until October 7th. Please vote and please post. Therefore, it's left to you to get your people together
Yes.
and get this moving, and also meet with that councilwoman's office so you can make sure the traffic study is best.
Yeah. When you have a nice project like this, and you've worked out all the other things, and particularly what the residents have wanted, this is one of the only things left. There's got to be some way we can mitigate it to an extent that it's acceptable.
Thank you. We look forward to having you in the neighborhood. Hope everything works out. The motion carries.
All right.
And good luck.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Humps it is. Make sure you talk humps.
Humps.
Humps on Glen Heather and Birch will take care of your problem. All right, agenda items 83 and 84 have been obeyed to the 21st of October. So we're on to agenda item 85, 86, and 87. 85, GPA 59527, a request for a general plan amendment from DR Desert Rural Density Residential to R Rural Density Residential. 86, ZON 59529, a request for a rezoning from R-PD2 Residential Plan Development 2 units per acre to RD Single Family Residential Restricted. And 87, TMP 59532, on a request for a tentative map for a 12-lot single-family residential subdivision R-PD2 Residential Plan Development 2 units per acre, proposed R-D Single Family Residential Restricted. These are abeyance items. The applicant is A. David Holmes, and the owner is Decisive Pursuit LLC on 5 acres at 9704 West Alexander Road. Staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval on all 3 items. These are in Ward 4 with Councilman Anthony, or public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Robert Cunningham, 6030 South Jones Boulevard with Tanny Engineering. We're representing Davin Homes, the developer of the property. We would agree with all of staff's recommendations for approval, the Planning Commission's recommendations for approval. I just have one clarification on one condition, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, do you want to go ahead with that, please?
Sure.
Then we'll turn to Mr. Parago.
Sure. Condition number 7 under Public Works has what I believe to be a typo in it, indicating that we're to dedicate the northeast corner of the intersection for a 35-foot radius, when I believe that should be the northwest corner.
Yeah, that looks about right. I know the neighborhood.
And that is
Not
correct.
northeast,
It is a
northwest.
misprint. Southwest is correct, or northwest.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was
That's it. Yes, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. That concludes my presentation.
No, it's great to know that we're not perfect 100% of the time. Okay, Mr. Parago, do you want to move forward on this? Some comments, please?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The development conforms to the development standards outlined in Title 19, including perimeter buffer and connectivity standards. Staff recommends approval of the associated general plan amendment, rezoning, and tentative map request, finding that the development is compatible and harmonious with the surrounding area. Planning Commission agreed.
It's beautiful. It is a beautiful area. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard on these items? Close the public hearing. Councilman Anthony, yours.
Thank you, Mayor. On item 85, I will make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. There's motion to approve on number 85. Please vote and please post. Were these always 4 or were they in 6 before?
These were always in 4.
They were. Okay. He didn't. Well, you know, he steals what he can get. Councilman, 86, please.
86, I will follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
There's a motion to approve on 86. Please vote and please post. That motion carries as well. And how about on 87, please, Councilman?
87, I will make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion on 87. Please vote and please post. That was simple, huh?
Yes.
Excellent. Motion's carried.
Thank you very
Good luck.
much.
Good. We look forward to it. Okay, items 88 and 89. 88, GPA 59210 on a request for a general plan amendment from RNP, Rural Neighborhood Preservation, to M, Medium Density Residential. And number 89, ZON 59212 on a request for rezoning from R-E Residence Estate to R3 Medium Density Residential. Application owner is Hafen One LLC on .48 acres, 3316 Valley Lane. Staff and Planning Commission recommend approval on both items. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow and are public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Okay. How about Mr. Parago?
Thank you, Your Honor. The request is compatible with adjacent uses, and the development trend in this area is for higher density housing. For these reasons, staff agrees with Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of both items.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard on these items, please come forward, state your name. Hearing and seeing none, I'll close public hearing, and you are representing no? Councilwoman.
Yes. Could you tell me what Mr. Barlow wants to move for abeyance on this?
On both, on 88 and 89?
That's what I have here, although they crossed out the number in the material they gave me, no? Well, they blackened it out, so I can't see it. See if you can see it on those two. All right, then. I don't see an okay. All I see is obeys down there. So if that's the case, is Joe here?
Or here's 82?
Yeah, they're related items, so.
I'm sorry, but I was given the paper by
96,
Jill.
here's 95. No, I've got 90, here we go, I got a different one. 95 and 96 are obeyed, and not 88 and 89.
Okay.
So 88 and 89 are a go.
Okay,
First and the same, they just deleted what was in the middle.
Yeah,
So
it isn't on here at all. Okay, and I couldn't read the other ones because of the black.
I only found the other little side, so we're okay on these.
I'll say, I say move for approval on item number 88.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve on 88. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And on 89, please.
Move to approve for Councilman Barlow on 89.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve on 89. Please vote and please post. Motion also carries. Thank you very much. Okay, items 90 through 94. 90, ZON 60071, a request for rezoning from U undeveloped zone, L low-density residential to town center land use designation to TC Town Center Zone on 3.75 acres southeast corner of Wittig Avenue and TP Lane. And 91 is WVR 60072 on a request for a waiver to allow 157-foot external intersection offset where 220 feet is the minimum distance separation required. Number 92, VAC 60073, and a request for a petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements on the southeast corner of Wittig and TP Lane. Number 93, SDR 60074, and a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 25-lot single-family residential development with a waiver of the town center streetscape standards along TP Lane, Durrell Lane, and Wittig Avenue. And agenda item 94, TMP 60075, and a request for a tentative map for 25-lot single-family residential subdivision. The applicant is a David Holmes. The owner on item 90 is Jansen Family Trust. The owners on 91 through 94 are Jansen Family Trust and Vista Verde Holdings, LLC. Details for 90 and 92 are as I've just read, and information for items 91, 93, and 94 is 4.59 acres at the southeast corner of Wittig Avenue, TP Lane, TC Town Center Zone, LTC Low Density Residential Town Center, Special Land Use Designation, and U Undeveloped Zone, TC Town Center General Plan Designation, Proposed TC Town Center. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on all items, which are in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross. These items are public hearing items, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Hello again.
Hello, Robert Cunningham, 6030 South Jones Boulevard with Tanny Engineering, representing Adavin Homes. We would concur with all of staff's recommendations for approval and respectfully ask for your approval as well. I'd be happy to answer any specific questions you have. Other than that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The request is compatible with adjacent uses. For these reasons, staff recommends approval, and Planning Commission agreed.
Thank you very much. Public hearing, anyone on these items, please come forward. Don't rush and knock each other down. Okay, I'll close the public hearing. And Councilman,
Thank you,
more
Mayor.
building in your neighborhood.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Cunningham, this is a no-brainer, this item here, but do me a favor, when you've got these items in Ward 6, would you guys come see me before you come to council? So
Yes, sir.
I mean, this is a no-brainer. It's pretty easy, but that way, if there are issues with the neighbors or issues with things that I can help you with in that regards to get you guys moving quicker, would you do that for me with Adavin Homes, please?
Yes, sir, I will absolutely do
I'd appreciate that. I would move to approve agenda item number 90.
There's a motion on agenda item 90. Please vote and please post.
Because I don't think you came in on this.
We did not.
Yeah.
Motion carries.
Move to approve agenda item number 91.
On agenda 91, please vote and please vote and please post. Motion carries. On agenda item 92.
Move to approve agenda item 92, Mayor.
And on agenda item 92, please vote and please post. Did I miss it? Motion carries. And
Move to approve agenda item 93, Mayor.
on agenda item 93, please vote and please post. motion also carries. And on agenda 94,
Also move to approve agenda item 94. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham, and get them built.
and there's a motion on 94. Please, we are having a good day. This is the
Thank you
best
very
way to
much.
come, assuming this passes. Do we have everybody
Did
there?
boast.
Councilman Coffin? And you've hit a home run. Good
Thank you
luck.
very much.
Can't wait to see the
I
developments.
appreciate it, and I'll come see you
Thank
next
you.
time.
Okay, agenda items 95 and 96 have been obeyed till the 21st of October. So now we will move on, assuming I can turn the page here with some alacrity. Goodness gracious. Oh, they're good to go. 97, SUP 59934, and a request for a special use permit for a proposed 245-foot tall building within the McCarran Airport Overlay District at 1801 South Las Vegas Boulevard, C2 General Commercial Zone, and agenda item 98, SDR 59933, and a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 22-story mixed-use development consisting of 232 condominium units and 8,000 square feet of retail space on .69 acres at 1801 South Las Vegas Boulevard, C2 General Commercial Zone. Hold on one second, please. Both in Councilman Coffin's area. The applicant owner is Stratorise South LLC. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on both items. These are in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Public hearing items, which I declare open. Is the representative or applicant present?
Mayor, George Garcia, 1055 Whitney Ranch Drive, Suite 210. Pleasure to be before you.
Wow.
And you can see, if we go to the overhead, see some of those that are flashing on the screen, we can see the rendering for the project, and we appreciate working with Councilman Coffin's office, working with as well with the neighbors. We did hold a neighborhood meeting. We're basically re-entitling this property that was previously improved and bringing it back, and obviously I think hopefully you'll all concur it's a beautiful project. One of the things the neighbors did ask is on the east elevation that we do something to try to soften the elevation. So what we've prepared here is an exhibit that we've shared with Councilman Coffin's office, and would offer this for as a condition and both as an exhibit for the record that I'll leave behind. But what this indicates is showing the building with some landscaping on those east balconies, which can grow there where we're not getting the brutal western sun. So it'll create that softening effect. I think that we told the neighbors we would look at trying to accomplish something so that when they look back this way, it would soften it a little bit from their vantage point. So we would offer this. And with that, Mayor, happy to answer any questions.
Question.
Sure.
Are those watered plants that are
They
growing or
are
artificial?
They're water plants.
So you're going to run water lines up the building?
It'd be just like a drip irrigation that you would find in a typical residential. Of course, obviously, the soil has to be kept in a container. But these are not large, heavy trees and things we're putting, but basically to create a little bit of a hanging garden kind of effect, as I describe it.
And are these condos or apartments? And based on that, who maintains the little sprinklers and makes sure the soil and growth
It's designed as a
continues?
condominium project, so it's with retail on the lower level and residential above as condos, so it would be under an association, and all of that would be part of the maintenance requirements.
Okay,
And
thank
of
you very
course,
much.
obviously, a property management company to enforce everything,
Okay. Or to maintain it themselves?
or maintain it if necessary themselves.
Okay, Mr. Perigo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll turn this one over to Ms. Rankin.
Staff finds that this proposed project is compatible with the surrounding development in the area and recommends approval. Planning Commission concurred with staff.
In question, who is the architect? Nice, looked like Frank Gehry designed a little bit.
Well, yeah, I would have a little bit of that influence, but no, it's not. It's an architect out of San Diego that did this, did a nice job.
Yes, very pretty. Okay, it's a public hearing. Anybody wishing to come speak on this agenda item? Hearing none, I'll close it, and we'll turn this over. What did I say? Councilman Coffin, you lucky man.
Thank you, Mayor. This, by the way, if you look around on that style, you'll notice inside this room and outside this building, this portion of our building, you'll see the same curvilinear kind of effect, and it's a very nice effect. And I want to thank the developers who really, they went more than once to meet with neighbors, Assemblywoman Swank, the representatives of Beverly Glen and Southridge, I think, also met with you all, and they came away happy, and particularly with that last amendment to the appearance. All of this, the planters, I mean, that's wonderful. And I know there won't be leakage because you have a way to zinc line those containers that will hold small plants, and now that really makes it look nice for the neighbors. And it adds a little bit of Beverly Hills to it too, which, you know, we always appreciate. Mayor, I don't have any further questions except to congratulate them on this very nice looking building. So I'll move for approval of item 97 first.
Thank you. Great. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 97. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And on 98, please, Councilman.
I move for approval of item 98.
There's a motion to approve on agenda item 98. Please post. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Great.
Mayor and Council, thank you.
Thank you. Can't wait to see it go. Okay, agenda item 101, RQR 58972, public hearing, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor Inc., owner City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, for possible action or request for required review of an approved special use permit U0068-86 for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 500 South Las Vegas Boulevard. This is C2 General Commercial Zone with Ward 3 Councilman Coffin. It's a public hearing. It declared open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. Lonnie Jones on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor, 7370 Dean Martin Drive. Excuse me. We agree with the if approved conditions and ask that Council consider approval of the permit.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything, Mr. Perigo, on this, please?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going to turn this to Mr. Rankin to make a brief report.
Madam Mayor, this sign is located along the Las Vegas Scenic Byway. This Las Vegas Scenic Byway overlay does not allow off-premise signage, and the continued use of the sign does not meet the intent of the byway, and it is a non-contributing sign to that byway, so staff is recommending denial of this request.
Okay, thank you. This is public hearing. Anyone want to be heard on this particular agenda item? I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. To make sure that we all understand the context here, this is on land that we own, that we are receiving revenue for from this sign. It's on a month-to-month lease, and it will disappear because of the EHB project, which we are enabling on that particular parcel in the construction of the Supreme Court 100 feet away. So that's all going to be, well, that sign will be gone before too long. And so I think it would be all right to continue this, and I now move for approval.
So you are approving this?
Yes, ma'am.
Your motion
yes.
is to approve?
Yes, the denial by staff is a technical denial. They have to do that. They can't present an approval on something that goes against the plan.
Okay, thank you very much. Is a motion to approve? Please vote and please post. So it will go down at some point in the future.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, agenda item 102, SUP 59925. Yes.
Can I just stop 1 second? And
Can you turn on your mic?
Item number 99, which was obeyed, does have a time certain at 1 o'clock on October 21st. That was something Mr. Barlow
Really
asked.
wanted? Okay.
Okay, that's...
So noted.
So people will understand at 1 o'clock.
And that will be noted in the agenda and public information. Very important. Good.
It means we're going to stop whatever we're doing at 1 o'clock and have that item.
Okay. Thank you very much.
That would include 100 too, of course.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 102, SUP 59925, public hearing, applicant La Casita de Donna Machi, owner E&S Center 2 LLC, for possible action or request for a special use permit, proposed beer wine cooler on sale, establishment use within an existing 1,310 square foot restaurant with a waiver to allow a 312-foot distance separation from a city park where 400 feet is required at 2407 Southeastern Avenue, Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin at C1 Limited Commercial. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. It is a public hearing. Is the applicant or representative present?
Representative Rick Hagendorn with Calb Industries for Tony Sinclair.
And with you is?
Owner of La Casita Doña Machi, Perla Varela, 2407 Southeastern Avenue.
Thank you very much. Mr. Perigo, do you want to enlighten us here?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Rankin will enlighten you.
Madam Mayor, staff is recommending denial as we were unable to find a reason to support the waiver request. However, the Planning Commission found that the waiver was appropriate at this location. The site had been previously entitled for a restaurant service bar, which operated many years on the site without issue, and they recommend approval of this item.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing and seeing none. Councilman Coffin, how say you?
I move for approval on item 102.
Thank you. This is a motion to approve on agenda item 102. Please vote and please post. And Councilwoman? Motion carries. Good luck to you. Thank you very much. Yes, Councilman.
Before we leave the order of business, I just wanted to say about a couple of items that were obeyed, specifically items 95 and 96. I probably should have interrupted at that time, but they were obeyed in the general advance motion earlier. The issue is, should we add more traffic to a problem already in existence where the addition will create additional traffic? I wanted to say that abeyance was requested by the applicant on 95 and 96, but I would have also requested abeyance had they not done that, because I want to give them time. So I don't think anybody's here from there, and so they need to know, if they're watching this broadcast or monitoring it, that they need to call a Ward 3 office to get an appointment with us to explain why we should add more traffic to an already congested situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, agenda item 103, set date on any appeals filed or required public hearings. I'd instruct the clerk to so do. And it's done. That's a simple thing. Now we're into citizen participation, which is 104. Citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, City Council. Timothy Eliado, 4650 West Oakey. And just basically wanted to just say thank you once more for the city going blue on September 1st to basically help raise awareness for pain, which was Pain Awareness Month, which is in September. And also just wanted to basically please tell the citizens of Las Vegas to please, if they could, make it on September 19th. There is over in conquerchiari.org. There is a march to basically help raise awareness for Chiari, which is a rare disease in which it's being affected by lots of families within our communities. The only problem is most doctors haven't even heard the word Chiari, and but just wanted to basically put that word out there to help please support rare diseases and to basically move forward as a community so we could always take care of each other. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for coming forward. Anyone else wishing to be heard at this time, please come forward. Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 105. Council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Any member of the city council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, we're going to start with Councilman Anthony.
He does nothing.
He has nothing. He has nothing. What a good way to start. We're going to go to Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will be doing Beers with Beers Tuesday, September 22nd, on a different day of the week than normal. This will be on a Tuesday at Angel Park Golf Course. The location chosen because all of the cones have now been shipped down to Valley View, and the construction on the
Thanks.
rampart is officially over. There will be music on the patio by Sean Smith, who performs classic rock and roll and pop, and a good time guaranteed to be had by all. On the 29th of September, a Tuesday, we will start up our Ward 2 walkers again. It's a healthy way to get your day started. 7 in the morning at the Wallapai Canyon Trailhead Park. We will about a 45-minute walk to do 2 loops through the gorgeous walking trail that you can see right there. Carefully stepping over the coyotes and burros and occasional wildlife members we encounter there. That's Wallapai Canyon Trailhead just to the north of Alta on Wallapai. On Friday, October 9th, will be Next Coffee with the Councilman. We'll be out at the Bagel Cafe from 7:30 to 9 in the morning. And then the next day, on October 10th, we're back to our fall, winter, and spring shredding event schedule. This will also feature a drug turn-in for your old prescription drugs, which, if you throw them down the toilet, pollute the water supply. If you throw them in the garbage, pollute the landfill. So the better alternative is to bring them, let our marshals incinerate them. That will be on October 10th, Piggott Elementary School, 9601 Red Hills Road, which is inside Pecoli Ranch off of Sahara, off Durango. This day in music history, September 16th, 1963, the Beatles released She Loves You in the United States. Now, it had been released about 4 weeks earlier in Britain. It became the #1 best-selling record in the United Kingdom in 1963. Here in the United States, not so much. Kind of hung out as a low-level introductory hit until the next year, when in January of '64, the Beatles released I Want to Hold Your Hand, immediately rocketed to #1, and the #2 slot was held by She Loves You for most of the rest of that year. In fact, in 1964, the Beatles did something that no one had done since Elvis had done it 10 years earlier, and that's have the #1 and 2 selling single of the year at the end-of-year best-selling singles chart. You know, this the refrain here is interesting. Just over 50% of the lyrics are yeah.
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 And that's all we have for Ward 2, Your Honor.
All right. Councilwoman, I'm going to pass you, Mayor Pro Tem, going to Councilwoman.
In Ward 1, tonight, we're having a very important meeting at the Las Vegas Water District Office Building on Alta and Valley View. Excuse me. I also wanted to tell you that anybody that isn't in Ward 1 could come also, because the sheriff is going to be there, Sheriff Lombardo, and he's going to answer questions as to keeping our neighborhood safe. What do we do about people who are breaking in? What do we do to help about robberies, scratching of cars, all those things that have been happening quite a bit. I know in my ward, and I think in other wards too. And then I get to give some big announcements here, because Thursday, October 1st, if you don't mind, I'll move on with Ricky Barlow's.
Please, go ahead.
There will be, and this is really coincidental since we were just discussing naked people on Fremont Street. We are going to, Ricky is going to have a burlesque workshop, ages 50 plus, at Durfelt Senior Center, 3343 West Washington Avenue in Lorenzi Park. And every woman has that one song that will turn her into a dancing vixen. So Ricky says, join us as we learn the basics of burlesque dance. Call 702-229-6601 to register and for more information.
No wonder he's out of town.
And then, I did not. On October 8th, Thursday, October 8th, there will be an Oktoberfest for ages 50 plus, beginning at 11:30 a.m. Advance registration required, and that's going to, you must have a City of Las Vegas Senior Programs membership to participate. The event will take place at the Las Vegas Senior Center at 45 East Bonanza Road. Celebrate the harvest and learn about German heritage and culture at the event. Enjoy bratwurst, sauerkraut, and red cabbage as part of the meal. And for more information, call 229-6465. Thursday, October 29th, noon to 2 p.m., there will be a senior ween Halloween costume party, again, ages 50+. Boy, they're taking care of us seniors lately.
Isn't this?
Yeah.
It sounds awful, though. Most of the things sound
In order to attend, you have to have a City of Las Vegas Senior Programs membership. Doolittle Senior Center will be the host at 1930 North J Street. The place to call is 702-229-615 for additional information. Enjoy an afternoon of fun, games, and music, and special guest judges will choose who wears the best costumes. And lastly, and he's got us all the way to Halloween practically, Thursday, October 29th, with advance registration required. There'll be a Halloween party and luncheon, and I know he has some great things happening on the luncheons in his ward. And that again will be ages 50+. Registration has already opened September 1st. You must have a City of Las Vegas Senior Programs membership to participate. This also will happen at the Las Vegas Senior Center at 451 East Bonanza. Come dressed in your spooky, funny, scary Halloween costumes to enjoy this luncheon and party. There'll be fun, games, soft candy prizes, and a fabulous meal will be part of this annual event held in Ward 5.
Goodness. I'm
It's
exhausted.
excitement time.
For seniors only, it sounds like.
We're good.
Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, thank you. I don't have anything to display on the television. I just want to say a couple of events have happened recently of a religious nature that have been interesting to me and shocking in a sense. We had this horrible event. It's still unfolding in Utah and northern Arizona, where the little town of Hilldale has suffered such a tragic loss of life through flash flood, for which we have tried to always prepare our citizens. But you can't ever tell when it's going to happen. And looking at the video of it, I realized it was beyond belief in a small town to suffer so many lives lost of women and children. Why so many women and children? Because that is an area where the followers of Mr. What's his name? The polygamist. Jeffs. Mr. Warren Jeffs, has maintained that community, but he's not the first one. He's not the founder. It's been there for years, and it's a place that time forgot. When you look at the television, you see the women dressed in the long frocks, and they're adhering to their religion as they see it. They have no friends outside their community, if you will, because they've been, they call themselves Mormon, and they believe to be the first Mormons, in fact, and the only ones adhering to the faith. The mainstream Mormon faith does not believe in them and condemns it. So here you have a little group that kind of has no friends, and yet the entire communities around there, Utah, Arizona, and I believe some from Mesquite, have gone to help and tried to do their best for them. It is tragic to see these children and women lose their lives. I know that when you have a religious group that is out of the mainstream, it is something you have to learn to live on your own. And so I felt sorry for them because I know that they don't have a great reservoir of goodwill in the communities around them. But they seem to be surviving. They seem to be showing their strength. And so I think if we can do anything to assist them in their recovery from that, we ought to do that, since it's very close to our city. Also, this last week, I was stunned. My jaw dropped when I got a phone call from Congressman Hardy's office inviting me to be the recipient of his only ticket to see the Pope Francis, speak in the joint session of Congress next Thursday, a week from today almost. And I felt like I had to pick myself up off the floor when I got this call. Now, I know Crescent very well, but I don't really know him politically as an ally of any kind. I just know him as a good person, and Crescent and I have gotten along. But to hear that I was chosen to be the representative of his office and to sit in the presence of this wonderful man, Pope Francis, as his only ticket. Remember, each member of the Congress, senators and House members, only get one ticket for a guest. And so I am delighted to be going back. I'm thrilled. I've paid all my tickets and all of the hotels, got that all set. And I'm very proud to be back there, and I feel like I'm also a representative of the city in this environment, because it is a political gesture. It is no question, 50 years ago, a pope wouldn't have even been invited, never thought to be invited, because Catholics at that time were not considered to be in the mainstream of religion. So you see, you've had these things change over time. You have the Reformed Mormons, or whatever they call themselves. You have the Catholics, all changing in maturation. And now the Speaker of the House suffers absolutely no political damage by inviting the Pope of the Church for which in many cases was a hated organization, and may be still. So I thought, well, what a nexus of events. But in any event, I'm honored to be going, and I'm going as a councilman, I'm going as a Catholic. I guess it's just one of those things you could never predict could have happened. I'm not going to check Rome off of my bucket list. That's still coming, but at least I don't have to travel quite so far. Thank you for the reminder, Councilman. Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful day with you, sir.
Okay, Councilman, and I might add to that, I mean, Zion, as we know, flash floods are the same everywhere when they hit out west. Very, very tragic, this one, and I know people had big issues in Zion. But looking at the women and the children there and the way they dress reminds me very much of the Amish country in Philadelphia area. So very simple lifestyle, and go for it.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilman, thank you for bringing those things up. Those are important things that are, in Zion too, a few people have lost their lives as well.
Oh,
Councilwoman, speaking of costumes, how do you like that one on the screen right there?
Wow.
I am Thor, and that is Mini Thor. Mrs. Kramer's son Eddie standing next to me there. That is at our movie in the park out there for the Avengers we had on September 11th, 9/11, in recognition of our own local superheroes. Speaking of movies in the park, our next movie in the park will be called Plant Pure Nation. The truth is a stubborn thing and it doesn't go away. This is going to be a health film, and we'll have some health professionals out there. We're encouraging the mayor and council. This is tied into the city of Las Vegas's events also for the employees throughout the city. Saturday we're doing, of course, that Saturday we'll be doing the Lorenzi Park for the company picnic, if you will, but we're encouraging all city staff to attend this. It's part of that weekend. It's also open to the public. It is a free event. As part of building a healthy organization, city employees are invited to attend with their families, so bring some friends. We do have Dr. T. Colin Campbell coming out. He's the co-author of the China Study, and I believe that's on health. Ms. Bruner, am I correct? Shake your head. Yes, that's correct. Centennial Hills Amphitheater, Thursday, October 1st. Starts at 7:30 or when the sun goes down. There will be a farmer's market out there, which will probably be the best from 5:30 on. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So I encourage you guys to come out. I will not be wearing my Thor costume, however, for that event. So
but you will be there.
I will be there, yes, but I won't be in costume unless I'm dressed as a celery stick or something. Also, something fun happening out in Centennial, at Centennial Hills Park, is the Fun Walk with Fido we are going to have on October 15th at 9 a.m. And Kelly, my wife, has already indicated I will be there with my dogs. Betsy, bring the dogs. That's also at Centennial Hills Park, right there on Buffalo Drive near Deer Springs. Going to be a lot of fun stuff going on there. Dogs must be on a leash, must have a current rabies vaccination, no dogs in heat, please. That would be not a good thing to happen.
And only one
dog. And clean up after yourselves, too. That's also the message I want to tell people. Clean up after yourselves. So we're putting that on. Mayor, remember what you did to me at the Cowboy Christmas. We're now having an additional event at that. It's going to be a dog beauty contest or whatever.
Right, several events, and you better have good prizes.
And I've got something for you, Mayor.
Oh, you do?
Yes, save the date because Mayor Carolyn Goodman will be joining me at Lulu's.
Oh, I love Lulu's.
Out at Sky Point Drive in Cimarron on October 29th. And a lot of folks excited about this, Mayor. We had you slated for Silverstone Country Club.
Oh.
So it's just a little move over here to Lulu's. Lulu's, by the way, is right behind Metro Pizza, right there on Sky Point and Cimarron. Come on out with your questions for the mayor. I know how much she enjoys meeting all the residents of the city
And
of
I
Las
love
Vegas.
Lulu's.
Yeah, Lulu's is great. Breakfast is good. They got all a bunch of great stuff. In our continued partnership with Nevada Child Seekers, Mayor, it's unfortunate that I have to report that we are missing Makai Overton Jackson. He's 17 years old. He was last seen around September 15th. He does have a mohawk haircut. He was last seen in the area of West Desert Inn in Decatur. Last seen wearing black Army-style boots, a black T-shirt, and black muscle shirt over it. Makai does have that mohawk haircut, and if anyone knows where this young man is, we'd like to get him back with people who care about him. Please contact the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at 702-828-3111 or Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009. And if you'd like to get in touch with me, it's easy to do. I'm on social media as well. or you can certainly contact my office, 702-229-6154, for anything going on in your neck of the woods. And I encourage people to sign up for my newsletter. It's free, it's electronic, it just shows up in your computer, and it tells you what's going on out in the Northwest. So thank you, Mayor
Very
and council
exciting.
members.
There's so much going on out there. And so now to close everything out, Monday, this coming Monday at 4 o'clock will be, and the third Monday of every month, will be my new television show, Hello Mayor, which is trying to bring you information about really salient items that are in front of us all right now, issues that, you know, really should open up for dialogue, but going to the top person of a particular area or department so we can get the actual facts, not the rumors or something else. And this Monday, it will be with our wonderful Fire Chief, Willie McDonald, who's going to be on, and we can talk about home care and what do you do in order to prepare in case, in fact, there is fire, and more especially, too, how about our EMT, fire and rescue? How do young people get prepared to enter and put in an application to be part of our academy? So, and then there'll be time for questions and answers, I hope, too, at the end. And anyway, it's the third Monday of every month at 4 o'clock on KCLV Cable Channel 2. Seniors, join us here at City Hall on Thursday, September 24th at 9 a.m. for our Senior Expo. This is a free event hosted by the Las Vegas Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, which promises to be fun and festive and, of course, informative, because so much of information and talent vests with our seniors. So we'd love to see you come out. Then be sure to get your red suits ready and reserve Saturday, December 5th, is this year's Great Santa Run. We're in a competition. We got to break 10,000 runners. Last year we were just so close, and we're always challenged by Liverpool, England. The race will begin at 10 a.m. on December 5th, and to register, go to Opportunity Village West website. Finally, to our friends, of course, and me, in the Jewish community, I want to extend warmest wishes for a joyous, memorable holiday and a happy new year. It's 5776. Well in advance, but the first Sunday in November, 2 a.m. in the morning, is when we set our clocks ahead an hour.
In November.
Right? We go forward. Fall back. We go back an hour. Okay, forget that. On November 1st, 2 a.m. in the morning, which is the first Sunday in November, that's when we will set our clocks back an hour. So it'll be dark when we're out traveling after work. And our next City Council meeting is Wednesday, October 7th at 9 a.m. here in City Council chambers. And I wish you all well. Be safe, be careful, be alert to everybody and everything, and have a great weekend when you get to it. Thank you all, and we are adjourned.
I really like your TV show. I think that's absolutely